I go.
Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys.
I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down, down, down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go.
Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys.
I'm moving on.
Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys.
the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick. luscious hair. Intuition Builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just come on. Literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. All right? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens to c-land. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first, f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo on bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, 95. Pressure zone. e4 pawn is weak. d6 pawn is weak. I've got pressure here. Maybe knight g6 opening the file. Maybe b5. Maybe bishop b7. What's Ruben gonna do? Ruben, by the way, owns a nice restaurant and a chess club that he invited us to. Nice guy. But likes to think. Not easy to find a plan for white here. Black is very comfortable. Maybe drop the bishop back. Maybe bring the knight into the center. Maybe a4, restricting b5. Which one is he gonna go for? Not easy. Bishop g3. Maybe intending bishop h4. Opening the f-file for the rook. Bishop h4 is not a real threat, so I go b5. Bishop h4, I've got g5, or even bishop e7. a3, preventing b4. Now I'll get comfortable development, pressuring the e4 pawn. With the knight and the bishop now. Bishop d3, very passive, but does defend the e4 pawn. Knight h5, I had other options, maybe rook c8, knight c4. But knight h5 forces the bishop to do something. He takes. I could take with the pawn or with the rook, but now already I spotted a very nice idea. There is an interesting theme here. Do you see that? Now intending something very tricky. Knight d5. Decent move. Now the queen should probably go here, but I had a little dirty trick. Takes, takes, and queen b6, taking away the square from the king. And now I started praying. Look at this. Look at me, trying to distract him. Looking at the queen side where all the action is centered around the king. I'm hoping. He will miss it. Will he miss it? Oh no, knight d4 very strong. If I take, he's got bishop h7 check. Prevents my idea, but I'm not sure he sees it. Now, the shameless and shameful moment is coming up. I want my dirty trick to work. Oh, this is greasy. Rook b8. This is completely stupid, but I'm inviting a fork. Oh no, my rook. Look, I'm shaking the head. All part of the act. Actually,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE candidates. It's round 4 today after a rest day. That felt like a rest week, actually. I'm not sure how people, myself included, could cope with it. Today, we have the encounter between the top 2 favorites, Ding Liren versus Fabiano Caruana. And to cover all the action, we have the top 2 people's favorites here. Judit Polgar is joining us yet again. And we also have special guest, David Howell, everybody's favorite on the Champions Chess Tour. David, how are you today?
Hey, Jan. Hey, Judit. Yeah, it's good to be here. I've been watching you guys from afar and enjoying all the moves, all the action. And yeah, thanks for that introduction. I feel like I've got a lot to live up to now.
Yeah, expectations are huge. Judit, did you recover a little bit or you didn't need recovery? You could just keep going.
Well, actually, I'm okay. I'll keep
You're
going.
just tougher than me.
A lot of other things and a lot of actions, but I'm really enjoying so far the candidates. As we have very interesting stuff, and also we have Nakamura who gives entertainment after the game also.
During the game, dress code issues after the game, he does great recaps. Like, he is a great source of entertainment. And let's jump right into the pairings maybe, because we have Nakamura facing Judit, still countryman Richard Rapport, and Nakamura has a 3-0 score against Richard. Shall we do predictions? What do you guys expect from that one?
Oh, I was dreading this moment. I'm going to say that Rapport is going to win. I don't know why. I just have something, I just have a feeling. He's got white. He's always full of surprises. And Naka, as you guys said, he's a busy man. It's hard for him to, I mean, especially with black these days, I think he's a bit of a target. And yeah, we'll see. How about you guys?
I also go for Rapport win.
Okay, but we yet have to see Judit pick against Richard, so I have to be the bad cop here. But I'll just go with a draw. It's interesting. I agree with David that Hikaru is a bit of a target because he sticks to his repertoire with black, but Richard is not the type of guy to do what Ali Reza did, like test him in some super long theory line where he has to find some more or less only moves. I'm very curious how it's going to play out. What's next? Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the 2 co-leaders here on 2 out of 3, facing Ali Reza Firouzja, who's had 3 draws, could be happy about 2 of these draws, not so happy about the one where he drew Hikaru in the last round. What do we think?
Oh, after you did it?
Well, it's tough because I think Nepo is also in good shape, but Ali Reza, he didn't win a single game yet, right? So I thought he will win in the previous round. So let's say I go for Ali Reza win.
Okay. Well, yeah, I will. I'll go for a Nepo win just because actually before the tournament, I had just a sneaky feeling he might be one of the favorites with all that World Championship prep from last year. I mean, I think there's pressures off him now. He's qualified once. He probably doesn't expect to be there again. So yeah, I'll go for a Nepo win, despite the fact I think Firouzja has been quite impressive, holding 2 difficult games in the first 2 rounds and then getting close in the last one.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Of course, the smart play would be to pick a draw now that you have the other results. But I'm also going with 1-0 Nepomniachtchi when he's feeling good. As David mentioned, he has this prep lying around. Alireza had to show his hand a little bit in the first round. I'm very curious. I think a draw is more likely, but I'll pick 1-0, not to pick too many draws. Then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Radjabov. Duda 3 draws. I like the way he played so far, and Radjabov, he's been struggling. He had a good position in the first round against Alireza, but Alireza defended. Then, yeah, he got in trouble in the opening, as it has been a recurring theme for him lately, with black against Hikaru. Lost that one after a long battle. And then he forced a draw with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe showing he didn't feel like playing on that day. What do we expect today in another Radjabov black?
Oof, yeah, I mean, I keep picking white, but I'm going to say Duda. At some point, I'll predict it. I'll predict a draw in the next one, but no, Duda for this one. Radjabov, yeah, just yet to be at his best.
I take a draw.
I was also gonna go draw. Radjabov had a rest day to look at some Italians, some Berlins. Like he should be solid today. And then we have the big one, Ding Liren, my pre-tournament pick so far on 1 out of 3. I read a long article about Ding that he's all alone in Spain. Like everybody else has someone to accompany them, but Ding is traveling by himself. The organizers gave him a list of Chinese restaurants in the area, but they say that he will just stay in the room and eat some instant noodles. I hope he doesn't get too lonely there in Madrid. He's facing Fabiano Caruana, who has looked very strong so far, 2 points out of 3. Let's predict.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, for Ding arriving last minute, jet lag. I mean, he only knew he'd be in the tournament a few months ago. And yeah, I'll go for a draw. Just it's the only time I think Black might score in this round. But yeah, I feel for Ding. Not the ideal start for him. And Judit.
I would go, well, then if not today, he has to win Ding.
Yeah.
In order to qualify, you think?
I also
have
have
to start somewhere, right? To start winning a game at least, not winning games, but at least one. And this is one of the most challenging for him because, okay, Fabiano 4 times played in candidates. He was playing the World Championship match. So, and I also believe that some of the players simply play differently against who they have great respect, and he's very much on the top. More preparation against them in some ways. They know them better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this one is the big clash, right? I mean, the 2 pre-tournament favorites, and it looks like they've started.
We have liftoff. I'll go with a draw. I recall the last candidates where Ding, after a bad start, actually beat Fabi in a wild game where Fabi had some huge preparation, but Ding just calculated everything perfectly, went on to win. But his calculation hasn't looked as good as we're used to from him. So let's see what they do today.
Yeah, and early start.
In the meantime, I want to pull to your attention that Rapport is sitting there and he was thinking for some time which move to make. And then he played A4. I mean, it's typical Richard style, right? Well, what should I play?
You can't be freestyling, surely.
Or nah, let's put the pawn in the middle. And Fabiano plays the Ragozin, one of the big openings out there. I think fits his style nicely. He's played the Bishop E7, the Queen's Gambit declined in the World Championship match. But Bishop B4 is somewhat more active, maybe a little more double-edged. Also, as far as I know, very, very sound theoretically. Are you guys experts?
Do you think Fabiano will be going for risky stuff also against Ding Liren, how he did against Nepomniachtchi?
I think if he has prepared everything, he doesn't consider it risky. He tries to surprise and then be so far ahead on knowledge that he just thinks it's increasing his chances. But style-wise, I wouldn't think he will do anything out of the ordinary. I'm very curious about the opening. Queen a4 check. This is the trendy one.
Yeah, I'm no expert here, but everyone's playing Queen a4 check, e3, and then Queen back to c2, right?
Yeah.
Vincent Keimer's been doing this. I was preparing against him for a while, and he seems to have it all worked out. And yeah, Black needs to know his stuff, as far as I can tell. You probably know a lot more here, Jan.
I'm not sure. Basically, people got stuck if instead of Queen a4 check in these CD, ED, Bishop G5 lines that were all the rage for a while. Black is just so solid, and with the engines being so strong there, these H6 castles, Bishop F5 plans, I don't think anybody knows what to do. So out of necessity, they switched away from the CD, ED, Bishop G5, where, yeah, Black just has looked untouchable. And nowadays with Leela and the new Stockfishes, it's just very hard to get anywhere. And Queen a4 check, forcing the knight to c6.
Wow.
Is, yeah, at least there's a little more scope for play. And here comes Fabi's surprise. Knight
Is
c6,
this knight
e3.
a5 a common move?
No, this is very rare.
But you know of it then, Jan? Oh.
I don't
you know
think
it's rare.
I've looked at it. Like, I'll check in ChessBase. No, I know of the main moves here, so I know it's rare, but I'm not sure I've looked at that one.
We were discussing it the other day that how different chess openings are played these days. And I said that, well, in the last decade. And then Jan said that, well, even in the last 2 years. What do you think about the opening fashion? Because there are some moves which I consider like this knight a5 also. 10 years ago, it would be impossible that someone would like that.
Yeah, I mean, even 5 years ago, even if the computer spits out a move like this one, you think, okay, that can't be good, and you move on and you play or analyze a logical move. And I have to agree with Jan. I mean, before the pandemic, I was playing a lot, and I thought I knew a decent amount even about openings I wasn't playing, but just a couple of years of inactivity, and there's all sorts of moves. I mean, like this one, and in all sorts of openings that I've never seen before, and they're just trendy. They're just, everyone's playing them. They've all been analyzed so deeply. Yeah, I mean, it makes me a bit reluctant to go back to the board to play when I see moves like this. I mean, how am I ever supposed to catch up with all the new developments from the last 2 years alone?
Yeah, I think it's both. First of all, people started trusting just the moves much more than we used to. 5 years ago, if you see this move, you think, this is nonsense. Let's look at something serious. While now, if Leela says it, people will take it seriously. And also you can reach quote unquote correct conclusions so much quicker with just engines being quicker, calculating. I looked up this knight a5. There's only one game played by it, but it's played by an expert. It's my compatriot, the European champion, Matthias Blübaum. He's played this move once, and he's a big specialist on openings in general and on the Ragozin. He went on to lose the game that he played with knight a5, though. White played c5, which looks very logical, and he went on to lose. I would guess c5 is the first move you think of. No, c takes d, e takes d feels sort of like helping Black, I would guess.
Yeah, then you have your c-bound bishop stuck there, right?
And I guess after a3, Black just goes back with his dark square bishop, keeps things, and just says, okay, Carlsbad structure.
Well, okay, some tempes are lost with Black, right? With knight will be going back to c6. But the bishop stuck here instead of having it here.
Yeah, this also actually looks reasonable. No, nowadays there's this fashion in the Nimzo. People play bishop d2, e3, then cd5. And here Black spent some time putting his knight on a5.
But okay,
an option as well.
c5 looks more critical, I think.
I agree. In
So
the
what's
game
the
played,
plan?
c5, b6 happened, but knight e4 also looks like a move for sure.
Oh, wow. So c5 has happened. That means Ding can't be too surprised, right? He must have looked at knight a5 before. Otherwise, you think and you stop. I mean, this is so committal for White.
Yeah. Hard to judge. I would also guess he knows, or he just feels it's the only principal move and gotta win. Here we go. b6 on the board. This is also what Blübaum played.
Well, I guess a3 is a must, or at least it looks like.
In that game, bishop d2 was played, which might be clever.
Yeah, and after it takes knight a4 immediately, or?
After takes a3 was the game.
Is this a pawn sacrifice then if Black takes on d4? I mean, I thought I could just warm up into this analysis, but it's getting sharp already. Okay, So it's not a pawn sacrifice, but a lot of exchanges. Unless white takes some
bishop
here.
takes on c3, the knight has to go to b7. No, like maybe it's no to c4.
Why not to
Also,
C4?
maybe yeah, c4 is fine. Yeah.
Unless white can whip up some kingside attack very quickly. Bishop d3.
Knight g5.
Exactly. h6 just g4 or something.
No, take on f6. No.
Bishop f6 and knight.
Oh, sorry, I meant after bishop d3, h6. Yeah, knight g5 is more direct.
But knight g5, it looks pretty convincing if g6, h4.
h4, and we'll leave the rest to Judit. This should be
Just to
checkmate.
have the fashionable way of playing and acting like I'm an engine.
You spent the last 2 years studying this, right, Judith?
No, I wonder sometimes people always ask me when do I come back from retirement? And then I'm thinking like how many decades I still have to wait until it is really a completely different sport already. Because the moves which are happening, it's like you're looking like, oh my God, is this really chess?
I know
Though
the
I
feeling.
was famous for moves like that myself. H4, G4, it was something very natural.
How about after knight g5, just rook e8, just bite the bullet? Is that line too far-fetched?
You're here.
I mean, in that previous line before g6, h4.
Yeah, rook e8.
Well, but that's just, the fun is just starting, right?
Yeah.
No, instead of g6, no.
Instead of g6, sorry.
Here.
Yeah, I just want to let you attack me, Judith. I want to learn how to.
You're
how to checkmate.
provoking. You're provoking. Well, I don't know. I would also consider maybe to take and then go d1.
Ugh, okay.
Just to make
Yeah.
sure. You go queen e7 only move, I guess.
It does look very scary. You can take an f6 and take an h7 and then.
Yeah, but
maybe
it's
just
still not over yet, right?
Mhm. Maybe just retreat the queen. Yeah.
Queen e4, double attack. I always try to grab material, ruining the position in the process.
That's a tricky one.
Knight h7. Can black move the queen somewhere? I don't know whether I can take on g. I mean, I don't think it's enough for black.
Yeah, it looks fine for white.
Oh, it will be something different. But what do you think after b6 until Dingliren is thinking we take a look Jan against Ali Reza, because we have some great fun over there with Najdorf.
Let's go.
So again, we have this f3 system, e5, and instead of h5, which was played the other day by, who played that?
That was Duda against.
Duda was playing. Ali Reza just went for this classical old-fashioned line, right? Allowing g4, b5, g5, b4, and knight e8. This goes all the way. I'm pretty sure we have quite a few games on this here. a5, f5, bishop.
Oh, this is a main line, but bishop c4 is a surprise. Like instead of bishop c4, both pawn to a4 and bishop takes b3 are well known. But bishop c4, I haven't seen.
Yeah, I think white's supposed to be doing quite well after bishop takes b3 and a4 these days, or at least black has
Very,
to know a
very
lot.
dangerous. Like black abandoned it. Like maybe you make a draw if you know like 10 million different lines there, but it wasn't fun. But Ali Reza has his own ideas. Bishop c4.
This is
Well,
brave.
this game is going to be real fun. I see that.
This is more your cup of tea, right, Judith?
Well, I don't know, f6 one day, that nobody can stop me doing that. I'm pretty sure we'll have some f6.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, if now f6, what happens? What is black doing?
I mean, taking with a pawn is so ugly, but
Okay, knight g3. I don't know.
ugh. I mean, even if
Well,
okay,
this is
let's take an f1 and a4. I don't know.
another typical position, which if you don't have an engine yourself and you are not backed up and you don't have this self-confidence given by the engine, you just don't want to look at this position with black, you know? a4, you're grabbing my knight.
I mean, I have a feeling that he won't play g takes f6. I have a feeling he might try and sacrifice the piece. But I mean, something like this, even if you just move the knight, it looks scary still.
Well, okay, king b1, of course, is always something to talk about, right? That's the normal move.
I've looked up bishop c4 in the meantime. It's rare, but not exactly a novelty. There are still 91 games. And it looks like quite a few of those are correspondence games, which are often a good indicator that stuff works according to the computer, of course. Bunch of draws, but also a bunch of decisive results here. I wasn't aware of that. Bishop c4, interesting stuff.
So I got to ask Jan, in those correspondence games, did anyone play f6? And if
So
so,
knight g3, knight g3 is what everyone plays here, which looks fairly logical positionally as well. Get rid of that bishop, prepare f6.
What is the difference nowadays between the engines? Probably you guys know it better than I do. Like this position, with which engine are you going to be looking? Because it's very sharp, very tactical, very concrete.
In general, I mean, people have different setups. Usually you can't go too wrong having Stockfish 15, whatever the latest version is. On any position, it will calculate quickly and deeply. And now it's also much better having incorporated this neural network stuff and spotting good plans. So if you just choose one, I think that's what people usually pick. What I like to do, and I think a lot of people like, is you have Stockfish running on 1 or 2 lines to calculate the position deeply very quickly. Then you have Leela running on more moves just to give you ideas. So you put Leela on like 5 variations for ideas and Stockfish on 1 or 2 for depth. I think that's the current setup. There are also other good engines like Komodo Dragon is great. You can throw him in instead of Stockfish, but I think Stockfish plus Leela is what usually people have.
Is that your engine of choice, Jan? Stockfish?
If I have to pick one, yes, but usually if I have the time and the resources, because you want, ideally remote engines to go deeper, then I'll have Stockfish run remotely and Leela either on a local computer, because you can run it on a graphics card, or you can also access it remotely. So ideally, I want the latest Stockfish plus Leela.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing, Judit, you mentioned that has also passed me by a bit. I mean, I was using Leela a little bit before the pandemic, but just, I mean, playing less these days, not having the same time to kind of dedicate to running things on several engines. It's mostly Stockfish, just calculating. And I guess Leela's more for the ideas, but Stockfish for the calculating power.
And also, I don't really do it for myself normally when I'm working, and then you want to make sure you're not missing anything the other team or the other player could have been up to, and therefore it's important to see what moves the popular engines are showing.
And what do you think if, let's say, you would take away the engines from the top 10 players? Would it
It's
be
not going to happen, Judith. I'm sorry. We have to wait till they're banned.
We need a time machine for that one.
No, it's just my question would be that who does it benefit, or is it it's just so much part of their everyday breathing and looking chess that it's impossible to judge? I mean, let's say really, I mean, you would take away for 3 months the computer from all the top 10 players. Who would it benefit?
I would guess your instinct would be to pick somebody like Richard or maybe Hikaru, who aren't thought of as being so theoretical. Then again, the players that work a lot with engines, if you take away their engines, they'll probably work on something else, and they might become better at tactics or end games and so on, because they are usually just, used to working on chess. So we might hurt the practical players by making the other players stronger over the board. But if I had to pick right now, if you took away like deep opening preparation, I think Hikaru would be a benefactor. And Richard, I don't know how he works. Probably you can tell us, because he has ideas, but it's not like there are engine lines. I'm very curious what his process.
Well, probably it wouldn't hurt much Magnus either, no? Or
well, he doesn't have an engine, as far as I know, but like.
But he relies more and more
but
these
his
days.
team has.
Yes. He knows people that have engines.
Take it away from you, Jan, and Magnus would struggle maybe.
No, I'm not involved, only in the World Championship matches, but of course, Magnus has his people, mainly Peter Heine, if he's not too distracted, exchanging barbs with Sutowski on Twitter and running for FIDE vice presidency. And
busy man.
Also, I don't know. This is an interest, but maybe before we get into debating the teams, let's have a look at the games that we haven't seen. So this position is very sharp after bishop c4, knight g3.
Just before we left that one, sorry, Jan, I was going to say maybe after f6 is black's idea to play knight takes f6 and just give up a piece in order to gain time against e4 and maybe have the time to play a4 himself. I don't know. I mean, just from a human point of view, obviously no computers here, but this would look quite tempting to take
Looks
on f1 and play a4.
Still 5 games with f6. In 4 of them, g takes f6 was played. In 1, knight e takes f6 was indeed played. G takes f and knight takes f6.
I mean, just for Nepo, I mean, if he's looking at this position fresh, maybe he's worried about putting white's knight on a1, and it's still pretty complicated.
Yeah, this can be something to be worried about. At the same time, knight is showing up on f5 shortly.
Yeah.
Unless g6. But I agree that this is not my favorite piece on a1.
I mean, I'd probably get mated as white or as black against you here, Judith, but still, from an aesthetic point of view, with the knight on a1, I'd be a bit worried as white.
Okay, let's see until Jan is thinking. Let's see Richard, what he's doing against Nakamura. We had a Berlin, of course.
Okay. So slightly similar to Caruana against Nakamura from round 1.
Yeah. Somewhat different move order. Fabi started with knight bd2 here. Rapport starts by castles, which of course gives black a ton of options. Bishop d6 is one of them. There's also bishop g4, always interesting after castles. But Hikaru does go bishop d6. Against Fabi, he went bishop e6 first, but I guess you can't do that after castles because white just takes the pawn.
The pawn is hanging.
Yeah. So he covers it, and bishop g5. These bishop g5s are everywhere, no? Like provoking h6, g5 in so many positions.
White it was provoking it so much that it happened on the game.
That's another modern trend. In the past, people used to be scared of going bishop g5. They thought black would just push pawns and mate the white king, but now everything's fine. It's frustrating, especially in the Italian, this bishop g5. I just hours and hours and I still don't understand.
Or knight e5, h5, and white is in trouble.
Wow. Could be. If white goes h3, black will just push everything.
Can black go knight d7 maybe?
Okay, and just play a pawn down.
Also, apparently Hikaru blitzed it out, no? After I was insulting his black openings, now he's just showing us a big, fresh idea instantly. And Richard has started to take a bit of time.
White played queen d2.
That's odd, no? What could the idea be there? Just to put the queen on c3 in some positions? Just to delay h5 for black?
Well, maybe it's a move that asking black, what do you want to do? So it's your turn. h5 is not possible, possibly on e5 after that it's already possible to take.
Yeah, Naka decided to defend e5 after queen d2.
And d4.
Richie wants to go queen c3, knight bd2 after.
So let's say queen f6.
f6, let's say queen f6.
Yeah, that's interesting. Jan wants to go with pawns. Julie wants to go with
Yeah,
pieces.
I was going to go f6.
Okay, guys, you want to go f6? But after f6, I'm going to be f6. And where do you want to castle?
Or maybe queen c3 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. f6 is not so pretty, but Hikaru, I think he learned his lesson that you don't castle kingside in the structure against Fabi, no? Like, so queen e7, long castles, and we see what happens.
Yeah, but now it becomes extremely concrete.
Yeah. No, I meant after f6, knight c3, let's say. But yeah, I looked up the games in this position. So g5, bishop g3, there's one game between Caruana and So quite high profile, but bishop e6 is a novelty by Nakamura. And clearly a prepared novelty. Play very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's got... Oh, sorry, after you.
Sorry, Rapport is taking decisions very fast after bishop e6.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Maybe it's still prep.
f6 is played.
Yeah, I mean, out of everyone in the world, Nakamura is probably the one with most experience in this pawn structure and this anti-Berlin. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, he's also played it with both sides. He's very, very good at it. Like, not only the theory, but I also recall he had a match against Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour where he kept putting some sort of pressure on Magnus with the white pieces and those. He's very experienced.
Yeah, when he has black, he tends to push pawns and mate people. When he has white, he just slowly, positionally grips things. But this one looks sharp. I mean, for this line at least, looks very much like a Spanish exchange.
But if I go Queen C3 here, can you keep the tension, or you have to take on D4? Because I just want to grab the pawn as usual.
No, if black has to take, it's not a good story for him.
Not sure how bad it is. It's similar, as David says, to this line in the exchange Spanish, where you go bishop d6, d4, ed, queen d4, f6, and dagger. You go queen e7, long castles. Maybe it's not horrible, but it's still a concession, right?
You go queen e7 now. You give up the bishop.
What else? No.
I mean, that king needs to get to safety, right? So queen e7, castle long. Yeah, maybe it's not disastrous if black gets one more move.
I'm always worried about just losing some boring endgame like knight e6 and queen b3 or whatever, but I guess it's equal on higher levels. Yeah, no, ignore me. This is just my...
I mean, there's a almost
paranoia.
identical line in the Spanish exchange to that one.
Yeah.
And black is okay. Could white maybe try taking on d4 with a queen? Would that make any sense on the last move?
Yeah, but what
stopping
happens
on
if
castles,
just takes a knight e5?
Okay.
Is it anything?
Yeah, I mean, if everything comes off, black is fine, probably.
Knight b2, is black fine? Maybe the endgame is fine. Maybe you'll take in long castles or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's clever. Queen takes queen and castle. Yeah, maybe Nakamura's prepared this all, got it all worked out. f6. Yeah, again, it's modern chess. It's slightly ugly for black. It looks a bit holy, like lots of holes in the position, but...
Well, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, maybe it's
if
just...
he can develop queen e7, long castle, he might start pushing on the king side, h5 and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, let's take one look at Duda versus Rajabov. And then we have to get back to Alireza, where the board is very much on fire.
It's
right?
burning over there. Knight f6, Berlin again. Nobody dares to play castle and entering into the end game, so everybody is continuing with d3, bishop c5, and then bishop g5.
Yeah, another variation of this theme. h6, bishop h4, d6, and
Nice.
knight c3.
Now the board's not on fire here, but it could be.
Nah.
Maybe later.
Knight
But
c3, rare move once again. Daring
Question
black
is-
to play g5.
Yeah, exactly. G5, or if black castles, I guess knight d5. It's potentially a problem.
Yeah, g5 is the main move here. Not so many high-level games. Yesipenko has played this, Saric has played it once, but not games by top 10 players in this position. Knight c3. Somewhat rare. Fabi played c3 himself. All right, this might get interesting, but shall we jump back into Nepomniachtchi Alireza? Because that already is very interesting.
So
King
king
b1
b1.
he played?
Well, it's a natural way that you want to go back to c1 instead of having your knight on a1. This is understandable. d5, very typical reaction.
Striking in the center, and black's knight can come out to d6. Maybe.
So after rook it takes, should rook a5 be a move or knight d6 immediately?
Oof, good question.
Knight d6, bishop d6. After knight d6, finally already, I think I'm going to push up.
You've waited too long now. Yeah. Okay, I guess black takes it with the pawn.
Though, of course, that will be a big question whether one day, sorry, just
knight e4.
fun.
But knight takes
Knight
d2 is
check.
check.
Sorry. So knight e4 is good.
Yeah. Queen e1. You're going to jump into c3 at some point later.
Then, well, maybe even just go bishop d6, right? Bishop c5.
FG, are you ignoring it? Rook
I
e8.
do.
Yeah.
I do.
Maybe that g7 pawn gets in the way. I mean, it's still super complicated, right? I mean, it could be that white's just winning. It could be that black's mating somehow.
f6 is on the board right now. After
There
d4,
we go.
immediately. I told you f6 will be played. Eventually. It's just so inviting, right?
And maybe it might lead to something similar, just giving black fewer options.
Well, basically, if you move away with your bishop after fg, you have to take it back. Right? But okay, let's say what happens if takes. Which somehow I'm not sure it's going to be played, right? It's so scary. Let's say knight g3 now.
I think me and Jan here are feeling super uncomfortable with our chess styles. We never allow these type of positions.
No, I don't even allow e4, c5 from either side of the board.
I only do in bullet sessions or blitz sessions. Wow, this looks...
Okay, so let's make moves. Knight d6, let's say. What's going on? No, I don't want to take...
You want to play position, you want to take on f1 and play d4.
I just don't want to get mated by a knight on f5.
f5?
If I can, yeah.
Not really, because I take it, I think.
But, yeah, okay. Probably no but. Not the position to grab pawns on g5. And let's say fg. How bad is that?
Brave man.
Brave man or caveman? H4.
Yeah, go for it. You have too much pawns.
Yeah, just wipe out the whole king side for white and mate somehow. I don't know, black can play f5 or...
Take the pawn. It's another pawn.
Or take the pawn.
Oh boy, I'll be mated in 3 moves.
GH.
Well, it's definitely more scary for black.
GH.
Knight h5.
GH8.
GH8, yeah.
Where's the mate?
G8.
Yeah, you guys are happy.
Happy's one way of putting it.
Exaggerating saying that.
Just count pawns.
Oh,
Super
I
nervous.
I just take on c4. Then I go queen e2.
Okay, back.
Back and rook g1, let's say.
Maybe rook g6 for black.
G6 for sure, yeah. David, we'll have to team up. Just try to sit there and protect the king.
I think now you're doing very fine.
Yeah, the holes have
You
been
have
plugged.
gf, gf on the board.
Okay. Wow.
Let me check. Oh, still games in this position. GF, but GF was a novelty. This is move 90. Yeah, GF novelty. Knight G3, there were games indeed.
Okay, so Nepo was the first one to break.
So let's say knight f6.
Do we think he's freestyling, or is this still homework? I would guess he's freestyling, no?
I mean, he spent 25 minutes. He's quite a quick play in general.
You never know with him.
Well, maybe he was checking a long time ago and he was kind of trying to recall the ideas.
Could be. Yeah.
During the World Championship, did you get a grip, Jan, on the Magnus team on when he was kind of bluffing, when he was freestyling? or when he was just having a longer think to
I
recall?
think in general it was okay. We didn't watch the game so closely as for timing tells, but I think in general it was quite transparent that when he knows, he makes his moves incredibly quickly, and then usually he would take more time. I think it was also an emphasis for him to be more quote unquote responsible with his time use and not blitz out moves when he's out of book. That changed a bit later when he was down like -2. I think he went back into this mode. Let's just play very quickly and try to make moves, because there was this one game, some C4, E6, some very rare line, which both players knew very deeply. But at some point, she started blitzing out some moves that weren't very critical according to the computer. So there we thought he might be bluffing a little bit. But overall, I think when he knows, he just makes his moves incredibly quickly. So my guess would be he's out of book, even having spent these 25 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm trying to look for moves for white here, but there's just too many options. Knight G3, Bishop H6, or Rook G1. Yeah. Knight G3 makes sense.
Knight G3 looks very normal. Yeah.
Well, probably after Bishop H6, Black gets some half
94. Yeah. And maybe just King H8 or something.
It's crazy. I'm thinking why not to play
Bishop
F5. Yeah, run. Sorry, 5.
Or Bishop C5, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, looks good.
Wow, that's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for.
So after Knight G3, I guess Black takes on F1.
Yeah, takes, let's say, takes.
Oof. Knight D6 or King H8, I'm not sure whether there's time.
Well, probably Black will give up his exchange, right?
Yeah. So just allow Bishop H6 and take the Rook on F8.
Why give it up? It's a Rook. Skip it, no? King H8.
Jan wants to play Rook G8, Rook G6 again. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I had the feeling he does want to go that direction.
There aren't that many attacking pieces for
Knight
white right now.
F5, go for it.
Okay, just as I say that, this Knight E4.
Knight E4, show us the money.
I don't know, Queen E2 or Queen G2. Let's say Queen E2.
That's pity, because I was hoping for Rook A6, Rook G6.
Yeah,
to bring another defender.
that's what you wanted to do. I knew it. Why, after Queen E2, you thought I just want to go Queen H5? That's my only idea.
She's in your head, Jan.
Yeah, okay.
A3.
Knight
A3.
H8, D6, maybe. Yeah.
A3 looks good, yeah. I wasn't thinking of active moves as usual. Yeah, this looks good.
Knight C3 check crossed my mind briefly, but I don't think it was enough. But A3.
Yeah, but maybe you have time for more. Just weakening white.
Yeah, no threats yet for white.
Well, white has to be extremely fast. So after Knight F6. What about E takes D? You take with the what? Queen or? Or you don't take it back simply?
Yeah, I mean, Knight D6 allows Bishop H6, maybe. Queen takes.
Queen takes, I give a check first.
And then you dodge the trade.
And then I go back.
Yeah. Then, yeah, no good square for the queen. Maybe for black. Queen
I
F3,
don't know even
Bishop
here.
G2.
Do we get mated? Like, we cover all the squares, no? Queen goes somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Back, most likely.
Yeah.
E6?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Jan's right, actually. There's no entry square for the white pieces.
And black has some play, no? Like some B3 or A3. H4. Can I go B3?
B3. I will have some bishop h3 stuff. What if I just take this? Takes?
Takes, yeah.
Bishop h3?
Queen a6.
Now we have to look for mate, Jan, for black.
Yeah, but this hiding behind the pawn technique.
You really want to take this?
Sure.
Maybe white just ignores it, knight c3 or knight somewhere.
Yeah, I desperately want to go bishop f5, but maybe I should be moving away.
And who gives mate first? I have no idea. ba, king a1. We might be too far away from the game, but I don't know. Rook b8, how fast are you over there?
Are you threatening with something? You just want to take that?
I was hoping rook b2 is a threat, but I'm not sure. Looks like a threat.
Okay. I go here or I go rook g2. I'm gonna double.
Starting to get scared. Maybe too
But
late to
yeah.
get scared.
We have moves in the game.
Knight d5. Yeah, that's okay. This is all
Knight
very far away.
f6 and knight g3.
Yeah, so we
Okay,
mentioned
so
this.
we're on the right track.
And here we were thinking maybe just bishop takes f1 or knight d6.
I would go bishop f1. If you go knight d6, can't I just go bishop h6?
And knight takes e4 maybe.
But I
Oh wait, there's queen g2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, so maybe bishop takes f1 forced. Unless black just gives up the exchange, but let's not.
It's always a question which rook to take, so I take with this one now. Though I'm not even sure that I have to take. I can also try to go bishop h6 maybe.
And how about now if I, oof. Oh, there's so much to calculate. I was going to try and play knight takes e4, but knight takes e4, de4. But I don't know. It feels too much somehow.
Sorry, I don't give my rook.
Yeah, d1 is hanging, so.
e1. Maybe black gonna be in trouble, at least some material down.
Yeah.
What happened here? You took on f1 and it wasn't recaptured?
Yeah, and I'm getting mated in every line as black.
But keep the pieces. You can't trust Judit on these things. Like keep the bishop.
But how do you want to keep the bishop?
Maybe
bishop h6. I can't move somewhere.
Oh yeah, there's no checkmate threat yet, right? So bishop h6, maybe just bishop c4 or h3 or somewhere. Maybe h3.
Maybe
just to cover the f5
h3 looks nice, yeah, covering f5.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Ice cold. Yeah, those black knights just holding things at the moment. Holding all the squares.
Okay, so if after this I go rook f1.
And now either king h8 or knight d6, maybe knight d6. I mean, we could be greedy.
d6, I'm scared of bishop h6 again. Then we give the exchange here, or what do we do?
Well, there is not much of a choice, right?
Exactly. I don't know how this is, but doesn't look great. No, king h8 takes, queen takes, and
it doesn't look enough.
If white wants to take on f8, I'm not even sure, but I would guess so.
Well, if you go rook g8, rook g6, you're quite fine.
Yeah, probably it's a good idea to get rid of it. Yeah.
I mean, it still looks very scary. Do we have to give up
the whole system is scary, I think, for both colors.
But do you feel both players are just gambling with their kind of fate in this tournament with this type of opening? I mean, it's brave and we love to see it. But...
No, I think both players are simply like to play chess and they like to play a messy position, and they both have great self-confidence to think that they are going to overcome and be the better one.
That self-confidence. Would love
Must
that.
be nice. Must be nice. But I also think that in this event, especially guys like Alireza, but we also with Duda, maybe to some extent, they made a conscious decision that since first prize is so much more important than whatever, a good finish or winning some rating, to play more sharply with the black pieces. Like Alireza, he's also very capable of playing something solid. But he's played this very sharp Vienna in the first round. Now he went for the sharpest Najdorf he could find against Nepomniachtchi. I think he's just trying to mix it every chance he gets. And Jan maybe was a bit surprised by the line, but he's never one to back down, no, if he feels this is the way to go.
What do you think to jump to the other games? Because things are happening. For example, with Rapport, we have an end game already.
They got some.
What has happened?
Similar to what we were talking about, no?
Yeah, Queen C3 was played.
Richie is like me. He just wants to exchange everything. He's
And
just good at the end games. That's the difference.
Queen B3.
Yeah, beautiful.
I mean, Nakamura is pretty good at these end games too.
Yeah, it's very hard to beat Nakamura in these. I
But
would think it
but
will be a draw.
Is there really good chance for White? Why should White be better?
I don't think he is. Like, I know computers always say this is equal. I'm always scared of it because you grew up with this textbook, this 4 versus 3 on the king side, and they will build a pass pawn and win. But computers always say, yeah, -005. What's the big deal? Like h5, h4.
Looks like a pretty decent version for Black.
Yeah,
Black's knight is coming into d4 in some lines.
I love this knight on e6.
King already in the center. It looks completely fine, no? What does White do? Like knight d2, knight c4, knight e3 or something, I guess?
Well, it looks pretty slow, but after knight d2... I mean, usually even Black can play b5, c5 kind of things. Also.
Yeah, Black can push the a pawn maybe in some positions.
Yeah, a5, b5.
Computer would want to play either a5 or h5 there. I mean, it's just hard to imagine either side outplaying the other greatly enough. Yeah, surely.
No, now that I look at it, like the knight on e3 looks nice, no? Yeah,
Okay,
Black can't stop it.
Moves.
Well, okay, I can also go, let's say, rook d8. You go knight c5.
Yeah, knight c4, knight f1, whatever.
Yeah. Where does Black want his pieces? Does Black want the king on e6 when the knight arrives on f5? Maybe.
Then where does the knight go? No.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That.
Knight f4 or knight.
Oh, Black can also go knight c5. What do you think?
c5, maybe.
Yeah, f3.
King e6.
Knight e3, isn't this nice?
h5.
Yeah, king f2, king e3, then go g3 one day.
Yeah.
Not saying it's winning, but it looks a bit more pleasant.
Yeah,
if the knight makes it there.
Knight a4 could be slightly annoying for White there, but yeah, either way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe White has at least a plan now. Knight d2.
It's Black. F5 is suicide. Yeah, yeah, it's not a good idea.
You want to go rook f8 and f5?
I'm just, yeah, but it also doesn't help that much structurally. No, the White still takes and
But I
puts the
wouldn't-
knight somewhere, and we just expose our king.
I think
yeah,
White has done a clear
yeah, I think it's not a
play
good
on the
idea.
e file.
Yeah, Black's king is not ideal anymore.
Let's see
Yeah,
here.
then-
Was 95 directly? No, it just doesn't work.
I instead of takes.
Maybe probably not needed, but it also looks annoying.
Okay, so let's see how. Actually, he went h5.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll
Knight
shuffle the knight around. Yeah,
He might go h4 also.
yeah, 93.
So I guess now rook goes to d8 and you just ignore the knight to f5. mean,
Also,
G7
how is a pure knight endgame? Let's say whatever. White plays f3 and black exchanges everything. Is that?
That's one-way traffic now.
I guess you pick white, but how bad is it?
I mean, it feels like black's losing quite a lot of time exchanging the rooks as well. So.
Yeah, probably it's smarter to play a5 or whatever and let white do it if he wants to, but...
Yeah, I don't know why would probably black can have this with a few tempos.
Yeah. No, I was
A5, B5 already.
Generally, yeah, but
I mean, white just plays king f2, knight f5, g3 slowly.
Yeah,
surely. Yeah, this knight c4, knight e3 plan is really nice.
Little more pleasant. So let's see the other one. Let's see Dinkley Rem because it's a pretty simplified story. What happened.
David, they're speaking our language.
These guys are trying to enter the chicken chess club.
I don't think they can qualify as chicken. They're two big fighters, but the position they have now, at least it looks simplified with white having a bit of pressure now. Let's see how they got there. Bunch of exchanges.
I didn't think this is what we're going to get from that position after move 9. So a5 is against b4. We didn't want to allow b4 in that circumstances. Rook c1, bishop a6.
But I mean, the position we get at the end, it feels like black just has to be accurate for a couple of moves. I mean, obviously white's slightly better, but
white is slightly better having the c5, right?
Yeah. If the black knight, maybe you can reroute it to d6 at some point.
Well,
but it takes a while.
Well, you want to go here?
Looks a bit odd for the first move.
No, I like 98. I've had these positions a lot as a leading expert on the exchange Slav, and normally if there's only a pair of knights left, it's not that much, is it? Like usually they find a way to go, I don't know, f6, knight d6, rook a8 back, queen e7 and equalize. But of course you pick white.
Queen d3, rook c6.
Yeah. Maybe we don't have to start with f6. Maybe just knight d6 first.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big a deal.
I mean, it's not a question which side we would be picking, right?
Yeah.
No, of course.
And Fabi can't be happy. I mean, he's playing these kind of surprises, these quite ambitious lines openings, and now he's just groveling on the slightly worse side.
I don't think he minds, like if he finds a few precise moves and equalizes. But it's not a fun spot. It's playing for 2 results. And Ding is also an amazing technician, usually able to keep some small pressure going. So it's very much about the next 4 or 5 moves, I would think, if black manages to equalize completely or not. Shall we go knight e8? What else is there? If I go rook a8 to play rook c8 quickly.
Some prophylactical move, queen b3.
Queen d6.
Let's say queen d6, yeah.
Yeah, actually, rook a8 looks like a very direct way to try and solve the problems.
Of course, I play knight b1 somewhere and feel very clever about heading towards d5, but usually you don't win.
Yeah, it's quite clever keeping the knight on f6 as well. Just knight b1 or whenever the white knight moves, knight e4.
Well, okay, queen b3, queen d6. I double my rook.
Takes with the queen, maybe. Yeah, still a bit.
Rook c2 is also possible. Maybe I control it anyway, and then I put my queen to b5.
No, great. It's still this slight nagging pressure that could escalate if things go wrong. Yeah, not equal yet.
Okay, and then we have a fourth game. between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Timur Rajabov with black. And what has happened here after d6, white went knight c3, bishop d7, and knight a4, pushing the bishop away.
We should mention bishop d7. Like, maybe it's a good move, but it's noteworthy. No, it's not like he plays g5 or principled move. Knight a4.
Makes some sense. I mean, now Duda can't rely just on preparation. It's just a position.
Yeah, on the one hand. On the other hand, I always thought of Rajabov as being very, very tight, playing this fixed repertoire, but knowing everything there. And here, once again, he's down to 117. He keeps getting surprised in the Berlin every game. Like, so it's also a risky trend for him.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's I don't think he's...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, that's the problem with the Berlin. It's so solid, but white has so many tries to just get a position, and it's always slightly different each time. Okay, big decision now from Rajabov, though.
97.
Allowing some double.
97, he allows bishop f6. Whoa. Especially after castles, you would think maybe g5.
Here, instead of 97.
I would guess so. I don't know how 97. The question is how painful bishop f6 is. No, like maybe let's look at it first.
Can he give away pawn?
Knight takes b6. I guess we should flick in, or maybe not. I don't know. And then just bishop.
Anywhere, yeah. Maybe you can even take it.
Is this really what he's planning as black? I mean, it looks speculative.
Yeah, I would doubt it as well, but who knows?
Okay, so queen h3 is a threat.
Well, that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah.
But okay, if I don't go there, but after bishop f6, just simply capturing it black. I mean, eventually he's going to go f5. Bishop d7 takes.
Maybe white can play d4 before you play f5. Or maybe you play f5 anyway. I don't know.
No, I was not planning to play f5. I was planning somehow to go rook g8.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g4 was also an option. Straightforward.
Okay. And then just rook e1.
Rook e1, rook
g8, g3, and you want to push the h pawn and mate me somehow.
And one day I can go with the knight, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just surprising. I mean, it's very committal for black though.
Very suspect for black to me. It's also not Rajabov's style really. And plus he spent a lot of time. So let's look after knight e7 again. Takes. I could also, GF, or maybe I start with knight b6 if I want to do that. Doesn't matter. GF, let's say knight b6, AB. I was wondering if I can go.
You want to keep the bishop? So.
Yeah, but no, I guess it's too slow. I was thinking about bishop c4 to keep the king busy there, but it wastes a lot of time.
Well, of course, the question is where the king is going to be.
Yeah, it just looks strange strategically. There's also a4, a5 is coming, d4
it's
is
not
coming.
a4, a5, because I go b5.
Yeah.
Now black will never castle queenside, right? Because a4 will always open it up for white. I guess black should play f5 before white plays d4 as well.
Well, and what about playing bishop g4 and knight g6?
h3, go.
You would go g4, yeah?
I don't know. I was taught this bishop has a tough time escaping there, but if we get checkmated, it might not matter. There must have been some Kappa Puncher game in my youth.
I don't know.
King h2.
That's like watching Capablanca himself, yeah. Just bishop on g6, just move the knight f3. And
that's what they do.
No, once I go here, I know that you guys are happy.
If you don't go there, we're also happy.
Yeah, just
knight h4 no, and queen f3 or somewhere.
Yeah, knight h4 looks good. Just feels like black's a bit too slow to ever whip up any, well,
Here
real
I'm
attack.
slow, true. So after gf, you took bishop c4.
I don't know, bishop c4 looks a bit random, but the structure I don't trust for black. Like you have the pawn on h6, which is bad, because with the pawn on h7, sometimes you can castle knight g6, f5, but here knight h4 is always a threat. I'm very surprised. Maybe this, yeah.
Maybe
Stop
just
knight
very
h4.
slowly, knight g6,
Yeah.
queen e7, bishop e6, maybe f5.
Yeah. No, it's.
I'm skeptical. Just
It's not
those
the end of the
F pawns.
world, but I really don't trust it. Yeah. Also,
Interesting moment.
and it's very rare for a reason though that black goes knight e7 in these positions without g5 allowing bishop f6. He better.
You have no games previously played, right, to this position?
No, I checked the database. Bishop d7 was played still. Then knight a4 is a novelty. Also, after knight a4, by the way, what's the point of provoking c3 b4? Doesn't that help white? Like, I didn't understand that either. Like, I can go bishop b6 now, which is the more standard reply if you want to keep the bishop.
Yeah, this will just transpose to some very similar lines. And
Yeah, this is more standard stuff. While c3 b4, I thought white wants these moves anyway. No, I then go a4 later.
Yeah, it's a good question.
especially c3 for white really helps with d4 in most positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, really strange.
Not really feeling it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Duda's thinking about, to be honest. I mean, just take on f6.
But look, Rajabov is spending a lot of time, so he got lost on the way, I think.
Yeah. No, that's been a recurring theme for him, not just here, but also in Norway chess. Like he plays repertoire, but both in the Italian and in the Berlin. Usually around, quite early on, he started taking time and was struggling. He just got hit a lot there.
Meanwhile, there's been a really clever move, I think, from Nakamura in this endgame.
g4. He wants
G4.
like g5.
Yeah.
But g4, f3, already Fabi asked him questions there.
Yes. Flashback to round one. Because knight e3, knight g5 might be slightly problematic for white. At least. It's just one check on f5 and what next? Yeah, so maybe you're right, Jan. Maybe f3 is the only way to try and
Here f3,
keep the white pawn chain together.
but then I think takes check and knight f4.
Yeah. Knight e3, I guess. And then just knight h3 check and ask the question.
But okay, king e6 is also quite nice.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this rook g1, knight h3 check's very annoying.
Yeah, that's always something.
And knight f5, you go rook g2, king e3, king e5. Yeah. Checkmate.
Rook d2, I guess.
Rook g8, who is better?
Yeah.
Or maybe you take on
takes
d2
a rook g8 here.
and then rook-
Yes. Yeah.
It definitely looks like white's playing with fire here.
Yeah.
G4
Okay, then.
good.
And f3 is too optimistic. And what else is there?
When?
So maybe white's f3 was too optimistic then indeed. But, what else can we do?
Yeah, knight g5 is just coming, right?
Okay, it's not winning yet, but what constructive ideas? There, I was thinking rook d2, but it looks a bit clumsy. To go knight g5, rook a1.
Rook exchange, but maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm not so thrilled about it. Rook d1. Nah, feels wrong. Now you exchange one pair of rooks and go knight g5. And yeah, a bit stuck.
Yeah, black is very active with this pawn on g4 and knight on g5.
How about in the current position? I mean, knight a5, it doesn't really threaten much, but just to try and, sorry, in the start position in the current game. I mean, just to try and tie black down to some queenside pawns. Not sure what the immediate threat is, but knight takes b7 may be a threat.
Yeah, it seems like knight b7 is a threat now. Okay, so let's say rook b8. Now your knight is far away.
Yeah, I've prevented any rook exchanges at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, it's binding a rook. Oh, rook d2, maybe no. Yeah, that's a clever idea. Knight a5.
I'm wondering if after knight a5, black can meet it with some, I don't know.
C5. So do you really threaten anything if I go rook hd8?
Yeah, and this is the other question.
Outside takes.
Rook d1.
And rook b8, right?
Uh-huh.
Rook b8, knight a5, grab, grab, and king e8.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, black's just too active. Should be.
Feels like it should be a draw somehow, no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rook d8. And if I delay taking on b7 somehow, I don't know, king f1. Or does b3 create the threat of knight takes b7 maybe?
I have b3 is thinking, but maybe knight c5 then? Can I change directions?
I was considering b4 as well, but it looks a bit.
Not sure knight c5 threats anything. Maybe you can still go b4, no? Like, yeah, that might be stupid.
b4, knight takes c4, rook e1.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, no, that wasn't very bright. Yeah, this is, at least it gives black something to think about, but Rapper played rook d2.
Oh, strange. Maybe he just wants to keep that in mind.
Hikaru playing very quickly, by the way. Still has 1 minute 44.
That could be a sign of preparation still. I mean, this g4 idea, h5, g4, is so take us a while, or at least take me a while to come up with something like that.
Chat, I know it's equal. I literally didn't have to think.
But with Nakamura, you never know when he thinks what. Because when I saw his recap video after his game against Ali Reza, I mean, he made some decisions when we thought that he knew more things in advance, I think, than he actually did.
There's also a more fun narrative to say that he calculated 14 moves in advance when he played this rook f8, but I was still so impressed with how he blitzed out all the right moves there defending.
And then basically when he played c3, that was the point where he understood that that's his only chance, and then it's a draw.
Yeah.
Did you guys see this great clip on social media where he just keeps reaching for his mouse?
Yeah.
Streamer life. So rook d2, just rook d8, I guess. Swap one pair of rooks.
Yeah, rook d8, rook d1. So takes, knight g5.
Something along these lines, yeah.
There's no threat yet, but we also need a bunch of time. No? Like king f1, I was wondering, but I'm never threatening king e2, so it's still awkward to do something.
Can you go now knight a5?
Mhm. Yeah.
Also,
again, not clear what the threat is for
yeah,
white.
yeah, maybe b3 is a threat. Yeah, like,
I was wondering if
not have to go rook b8.
could black play c5, for example,
Uh-huh.
just to play b6 next move.
Mhm.
So knight
What
takes
is
b7,
this?
rook b8.
Three?
No,
Check, and you say that you're happy with black, right?
I'm not sure about happy. At least maybe I'm threatening knight takes e4.
You do.
Also, the knight on c6. How's it getting out?
Yeah, who's better?
Black.
Who said black?
I did.
Well, knight
possible.
b8 I could do, right?
King e5.
Rook d7.
Yeah, maybe king e5 is too ambitious.
Okay.
Maybe not, I don't know.
Anyway, I guess Hikaru with equality, he would be fine. No?
After rook d2, he's thinking. We have a move, Firuza played a move after thinking quite a bit, I must say. He was maybe thinking nearly half an hour.
He took, yeah, what was he considering? Like knight d6, bishop h6, maybe some sharp stuff, yeah?
Well, king h8, I mean,
King h8 also.
there are a lot of options. King h8, knight d6 mainly. Also, if it's worth including maybe a3 or b3, but he took. This is what we were checking.
Yeah. So we were thinking that ignoring the bishop doesn't quite work for white. Bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h3 is very
Bishop h3.
strong. And if takes, we went in e8. So maybe rook hf1.
Yeah, that's the most difficult question in chess, right? Which rook?
Yeah.
So you
Rook
want
h, then we have the option to go ed5 after king h8 or something, no? Which,
Yeah, that's what I thought, that at least
as
we
a
can
pawn
grab a
grabber,
pawn.
I approve.
restoring material equality.
So black can go rook a5.
Okay. And
Queen g2 is a move.
Queen g2, just rook d5 still.
That was my plan.
Yeah. I don't see anything great. Like rook takes, queen takes, queen h3, but it doesn't look that threatening.
I
does it?
think it's not going to be really dangerous for black.
Yeah,
G8.
I agree. Yeah. No, it looks fine.
I mean, there are so many knights in the black's camp that it can defend everything.
Yeah, surprisingly solid. So rook takes f1. Is there anything other than ed5 in that position? So after king h8, we were thinking. Yeah, it's hard to see what else, to be honest, unless.
Well, maybe e takes d5, I go, knight, rook a5, and let's say knight f5. Rook
Okay.
d5, queen e2.
So what do you want next? Bishop
I
somewhere.
have some ideas.
Okay.
Bishop g5 is possible.
Yeah, I always want to flick in a3 somehow in every position, just to have this c3 square for the black
A3?
knight, just in case. I'm not sure about now, but if I have time, if there's no immediate.
Though, yeah.
By the way, Mr. Materialistic here has a suggestion after ed rook a5. Then we have d6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And takes.
Ah, this is very strong.
Takes on f6 now, like.
Okay, knight takes d6, rook f6.
And here.
Oh wait.
Yeah, this is just
Bishop d6 also rook f6, I guess. Like 4.
rook f6 and knight e4.
Oh. Wow, that's very nice. Yeah, picking up a piece. Okay,
Yeah,
so
then a5 is not possible at all. Then knight d6 or something has to be played.
knight d6 looks very logical. Pawn grabber in me saw that b4 is on pre, but I don't really want to take it.
Yeah, so I didn't dare say it. It's too
all,
much.
all of us were looking whether queen b4, queen b4. Maybe there is a pawn.
Ugh, I mean, that's just surely too brave. Losing time, walking into the firing line. Opening the b file. Can't be good.
After rook b8, you would just grab on a4. I know
you know us too well, Judit. You know us too well.
Yeah.
But
I
least now
think
white's
there was
knight.
no good place for the queen, no?
Yeah, white's knight gets to b3 now. Maybe.
No, I think black cannot give all these pawns.
Yeah. At least not the a pawn.
Well,
You
black
start
and-
with queen c7 or some yeah, queen somewhere, queen d7 also.
and then start to come with the rook.
Yeah.
Knight d3 maybe, but
Rook fb8 this.
rook b8, queen somewhere. No good squares like Judith had. Queen h.
Not too many good squares.
Knight d5.
I was hoping knight d5 works, yeah.
Yeah. Knight e5, then
e5?
e3 is hanging at the end, right? Bishop takes h4.
Rook b2.
Oof, okay. Nice, even stronger.
Check queen b7 or queen b5.
Yep, and the queen drops.
So here queen d7. Well, I think for one pawn, black can have enough compensation.
Yeah, queen b4 looks excessive, doesn't it? Even for pawn grabbers.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is what else?
Yeah.
Bishop h6, rook g8 always looks like it helps black somehow. With the rook into g6. Unless you can make an argument for knight d3 here, maybe.
Well, he went rook hf1.
Okay. The right
Oh,
rook.
let's see.
So he grabbed it with the h rook.
I would guess Ali Reza will spend some more time thinking here. He has to be a little careful. No, he's down to
What happens
112.
if I'm very greedy and I take this?
There's also knight f5 in that position. Maybe it doesn't matter so much.
No, it looks awfully dangerous, right?
Bishop h6.
If this is not good for white, then nothing.
Yeah.
Right? So d takes e4 is should not work. d4 is possible, but then also bishop h6. So what we were looking, king h8, knight d6, or king h8.
Or both. Yeah, knight d6, then bishop h6 again. It's an exchange sacrifice, so we were starting with king h8.
Could we start with a3 maybe? Because in this line, I want to have a c3 square for the black knight. I mean, if we could have... Oh, sorry, instead of knight d6.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the same line that we just showed, then knight takes e4, knight c3 is sometimes a thing. Maybe white just ignores it and plays bishop h6.
Bishop h6 there's no threat yet, yeah? I was also wondering, but
Yeah.
probably can go ab.
Maybe knight b3. pawns. Yeah, it takes black maybe too long to get to the c3 square with the black knight.
The queen doesn't make it to, let's say, a4 in time, or a6.
Could try queen.
Queen somewhere, yeah, d7, d6, no. D7,
Knight
maybe.
f5.
Queen a4. Am I threatening mate?
Queen g5, bishop g7.
You are threatening mate. Okay, that helps. Yep, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, this looks very scary. If we go king h8, why go queen d7 to begin with? Yeah.
Wait, how about okay. Yeah, knight takes e4, that wasn't quite working in the last position, but
no, that's a queen.
Oh no, I meant sorry, after queen d7, knight f5, knight takes e4. But
that's also
queen g2, bishop g5. I was hoping for black.
Ah.
Bishop takes g5, knight c3. But I think white's okay.
But after queen g2, queen e4. I go queen e4, or you go queen a4.
I'll pretend I saw queen e4, and yeah, queen a4.
Of course you saw it. And now after check. Goes out.
Probably king h8. Yeah.
Bishop.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure the players are analyzing exactly this, but
could be though.
Bishop f6 is clever. Yeah.
Bishop
queen
f6
takes
is
b2.
nice.
Yeah, because after f6 I could even leave my queen there. But probably
true. Or just
no, this is the move, of course.
Queen b2, yeah.
But bishop f6 makes my life difficult. Very difficult.
But maybe instead of queen takes e4, just bishop takes g5.
Yeah. Check.
King takes b2. Yeah, not quite checkmate. But this one. And then queen takes f5 if you want. Yeah.
No, I don't give you.
Sorry, after rook d1, queen takes f5.
Yeah, white wins, no?
Yeah, I mean, now it's the black king that's dying.
Shall we do a brief tour while Alireza is thinking here, down to 1 hour, 7 minutes?
Well,
through the other games?
Dingley and Fabiano, we have the position which we talked about. Black went back rook a8, and then queen b3, the prophylactic move, is on the board. And now queen d6 was expecting from our side. Right?
Like queen d6, rook c2, we didn't manage to equalize, no? Like that was
this was the position, right? Rook c2, rook c8, rook c1 takes. And then plus equal.
Yeah, even your rook takes c2 and queen b5, like I couldn't see anything.
What is exactly plus equal in engine language?
Nowadays, I think you say, I don't know, what do you say? 050, 060? What is this?
050, 60, okay.
Yeah,
that's how the cool kids talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, if rook takes c2 and then queen b5, like it looks very unpleasant. No, I don't see how black is in time.
Maybe black plays a4 rather than rook c8 and just after rook c2, queen d6, yeah, rook c2, a4.
Queen b5, you go rook a5, yeah.
Something along those lines.
But why is it so good? Then I go king, queen d3, and then I double my rook.
Yeah, I was hoping to somehow go queen d7, queen b5, but knight g4, just knight f3.
Well, knight f3 or g3, I guess.
Yeah. No, but I was hoping to go queen d7, queen b5 or something like that, but it looks, I don't know, still looks like a bit of suffering for black.
Yeah.
Okay, so Caruana defending in this one.
Okay, Caruana is going to suffer a bit for sure. But look what Rajabov is doing. Very aggressive way of playing. He did go after bishop f6 when gf6, bishop d7, queen d7, knight h4. he went rook g8 first. And after king h1, he long castled.
Yeah, seizing the moment. He wants to win with black. Yeah, I guess at some point white probably will take a b6 and
So what if, yeah, let's say take on b6 and queen f3.
yeah. Queen e6, I guess.
Queen e6, yes. a4.
I hate this for black. Like just a4, a5 coming, and the king is so weak, no?
What does black do actually? White just puts a pawn on g3 if necessary, and yeah, just unless you have rook g5 and f5 and it's quick enough, but white looks so fast. So much faster,
Okay, let's
at
say
least.
I go king b8, you go a5, I go b5.
I can also go c4 maybe, no? If b5 bothers me, I'm not sure it does. How about c4 knight c6? No, sorry.
Maybe b5.
B5, yeah. Yeah.
But
That's a nice
b5,
one.
d5, I think.
A5?
No, I mean, I would pick white every time.
Yeah.
Why don't you like this position? I take this.
D?
Okay. You want to take on a5 and just put a knight on b6? Or...
Yeah, but I don't like your knight on f5.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, black's queen and knight are a bit stuck guarding the f5 and f6 squares. Just rook d6. Kind of want to play queen g4 next.
Yeah, queen g4 is something I like also.
With that information, h3. Nah, it's a bit slow. I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
Well, rook d8.
Yeah, or queen c4 maybe.
Or queen c4, or after rook d8, rook d1, queen c4. Though after you don't even play rook d1 because takes, and I can grab on a5.
Yeah. An AB, I guess we're taking which way? With the rook? Rook a5.
Yeah, maybe it's too dangerous, right?
Rook a1 is coming.
I think the whole position, like the white king is so much safer, the black pawns are weaker, we have an attack, it looks really, really grim, no? Like, struggle to believe this.
Yeah, then again, if black can survive a few moves, maybe the white pawns are a bit weak.
Yeah.
Queen f3 is on the board against Rajabov.
Here we are.
So maybe some white's advantage, but not 100% clear. Queen e6, and white still needs to be.
Yeah, it's pity
Quite
for
quick.
white though that he cannot go c4 and b5 because after
Yeah.
c4, knight c6.
That would be complete domination, right? The black knight would be.
Even that one can think about, no, c4, knight c6, knight f5. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
knight
want to
b4.
give up the b4 pawn, but like,
Yeah.
even here, I wouldn't be shocked if white was better, but it feels like it's,
Yeah, okay. Knight goes back, knight c2, knight d4.
yeah, or h4 first, maybe.
We went here.
I thought maybe instead of knight f5, but okay, no particular need either. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's pushing a bit, but a4 looked nice, huh? I mean, queen e6, a4.
Well, that's on the safe side.
I like the fact that Radjabov sped up though, and it's imbalanced, but not 100% locked in for black. D5 immediately, maybe.
D5, A5, B5.
Yeah. If A6, I think I'll just try and take it.
You will take it, I know.
No, maybe white needs to go b5 there either, or
Yeah.
it's a strong, yeah.
No, I don't
b5
know.
either way to stop this. Yeah. Takes. I still like white. Whenever black goes active, we just take all the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, you're looking at that H pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I'm already dreaming of some endgame with the H pawn.
What
And
would
this
be
is
A5, right?
probably ending up something similar to what we just looked at after A5.
I wanted to do something.
Okay.
like this.
And if AB, you can take.
I don't have
H4.
tricks. Yeah, AB. I was also curious.
Oh, maybe.
Let's see.
Oh, it's super sharp now. How about rook A8? Take G8. And queen F5, rook E6.
Why not king D8?
Oh, king D8. Yeah, I was hoping rook A1 there, but maybe there's no threat. Maybe the black king's just okay on E7 somehow.
No, because if
Maybe just rook E6 instead of king D8 anyway, and rook D1 check king C8.
Queen H7, last bullet.
Queen G4.
Queen G4, and yeah.
Run out of ammo.
Yeah.
And Queen G6 back. Well, black has to be careful, generally speaking, of course.
Yeah.
It's if he's not doing anything, then he can get in trouble in the next 2-3 moves.
Okay, but more interesting than most Berlins, at least.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
We have a move in the Rapport's game. There was an exchange of rooks on the D file. Rook D2, rook D8. And after rook D8, rook D1, expected a knight G5.
Yeah. So very similar to what we were discussing. So maybe knight A5, black can play C5.
So for the moment, there is no threat for black, or at least there is a threat, but no, not really knight E4 immediately. Black threat is king E6.
I like how Nakamura played this. Maybe it's an obvious pattern to him, but this G4 knight G5 is very nice, and it didn't seem obvious to me. So I think he's fine. No? This knight A5 C5, which we had earlier, and then B6 coming also looked good.
Also, Karawan is sacrificed a pawn. In
Fabi, he gave the B6 pawn. Oh yeah,
symmetrical Slav type of position.
Let's see what he did.
Can you count, Fabi?
Rook C8.
I think that must be desperation. No, he didn't like these lines we were looking at, understandably.
He was worried about the potential squeezing.
But now it will be squeezing a pawn down.
Yeah.
Okay, so his idea is that black has the C file. Black will play queen C2 next.
Queen B4.
And if queen C2, you want to...
C2?
I want, obviously, queen C3, but there might be better moves. Like, no, let me think. Queen C3, rook C8. Yeah, that's stupid. Sorry. No, then B3. I go B3. This is the dream scenario for any exchange Slav player. We have maintained the symmetrical structure past a-pawn. Yeah, a4.
I mean, there'll be quite big practical difficulties in converting still, right? But yeah, you look very happy, Jan.
No, I don't know. Of course, Black will be active and try to make it tough, but this has to be a chance, no, for Ding.
Well,
a4, a5 is
yes,
also
it's
such a
on-
good distraction, that pawn. If nothing directly happens, it will keep Black busy.
Well, I think he would have been ready to play this before the game.
For sure.
Yeah, and quite a straightforward plan. I mean, I don't really see much else other than queen b4, b3 now.
Yeah, gotta do something.
Maybe queen b5 is better location for the queen.
And queen c2.
C2.
Well, it's very similar, I understand.
But the knight.
Oh, but the knight is
My
hanging.
knight is hanging. Oh. And
Knight
then
f3, knight e4, just
knight e5.
I don't know, Black will play h5 at some point because that's what they will do. But what's White's next? You want to go knight d7, knight b6, and round up another pawn? Okay, h5, or just a waiting move?
Yeah, it's interesting that Fabi just goes for the counterplay. And probably he believes in the counterplay in this.
No, here maybe, but this queen b4, b3, I really struggle to believe.
Maybe knight d7 and knight b6.
So, for example, rook c8, or I don't know, rook d8, yeah, and rook b8, queen a4, queen b2. Okay, so similar maybe to what we were discussing with that b3. Feels a bit clumsy for White somehow. Maybe it's okay. Rook c8.
Yeah. No, but I think Black can be fine here with compensation, I guess.
Yeah, I like Jan's idea. Just keep it simple. And
Do you want to go queen b4?
try to exchange
What
off
about
the
going
a4.
queen c5? Is it knight d7 or are you going to take on c5?
Not sure. If takes and rook b8 is White in time. Usually, to me, it happens that the king shows up on c6, and then I'm no longer happy.
Just quick move.
Just illustrating.
But here, c6 maybe?
Yeah, rook b1, I want a king f8. I was hoping, because then I'd be in time. But yeah, c6 could very well be. b4 takes. Now I guess rook c8 or rook a8.
Feels like Black is close. Maybe. To getting one of those pawns back.
Yeah, this this is how all my blitz games go. Like, never win.
Also, after queen c5 in the first position, maybe just queen b7 at the least. Just to hit b2 and play rook c8.
Yeah, Black is very much looking for the activity direction.
I mean, it looks like most scenarios, White just wants to exchange the a for b pawns anyway. So Yeah, 2-result game though, most likely.
One result. Things got queen that B pawn, not that A pawn. And if he were to win that one, he'd just be back in business. No, he'd have the same amount of points as Fabi, which things can go very quickly.
Yeah. Wow, pawn sacrifices everywhere. Rajabov sacrifices.
I went F5. Ah, that makes sense. He's trying to simplify, get rid of that double F pawn. Ah,
I think that's very clever.
He takes up rook G5.
Yeah. And if F6, he wants
Knight
to
F5.
Knight F5.
Knight
yeah.
F5. Yeah.
That's nice.
And there's no way to just protect the knight. Queen H3, rook H5, Queen E4, D5. Yeah, that's
black is
very clever.
Nice. So
how does white keep the pawn? Big question.
actually, yeah, F5 is a very good move. How
Yeah.
come we didn't consider it?
That's why we're not playing in this tournament. Yeah, F5 really clever. And knight takes F5, trading everything just doesn't really help either. Knight takes. Yeah, I was hoping to get some good rook endgame maybe with queen takes F5 for white last move. And then after.
Well, it doesn't look anything
take.
spectacular for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Rook
you go
G5,
F4,
rook F5.
F4 takes. Takes.
No, I was hoping for G4, but maybe just rook F6. Oh, wait. After rook takes F5.
Here?
Yeah, hoping for something like this and take everything, rook F1. Yeah, this is calculation there. It's a race in most lines.
No, it's
E8.
tricky for black because if he's losing both of his pawns, F4 and F7, then it's not very funny.
No, we can't bring the king, like king D7 there. Or maybe this works as well, just trying to be boring.
Yeah, maybe on the last move, king D7, king E6. Yeah, white has weaknesses as well on A2.
Yeah, go king E6
No,
and
this
rook
is not
A8.
better for black at all. Oh, so F5 is so simple.
That helps. Maybe then queen F3, maybe he missed F5, yeah? 'Cause if it's coming anyway, maybe he should have gone, whatever, A4 directly. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
Rajabov back in
right.
business. Yeah. Shall we go for a very brief break here while all the players are thinking? All four games still very much in full swing. Ding Liren with an extra pawn. Rajabov maybe just solved his problems. Rapport Nakamura, we think, is roughly balanced. And the Pomnishi Ali Reza is a bar fight where it's still a complete mess with Ali Reza taking a bunch of time. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you so much for watching. In the meantime, visit chess24.com and check out the very special. It's not 40%, but 50% off. Who's heard of that for the 1-year premium? And best of all, you get a Candidates 2022 mug with Magnus Carlsen's face on it. He's not a candidate, but as a world champion, he has mug rights nonetheless. So what's not to like? See you guys soon.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Knight.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think
You
about...
don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using aim chess. Aim chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that aim chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
17.
Opens Sicilian. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop, I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first, f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo on bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, knight e5. Pressure zone. e4 pawn is weak. d6 pawn is weak. I've got pressure here. Maybe knight g6 opening the file. Maybe b5. Maybe bishop b7. What's Ruben gonna do? Ruben, by the way, owns a nice restaurant and a chess club that he invited us to. Nice guy. But likes to think. Not easy to find a plan for white here. Black is very comfortable. Maybe drop the bishop back. Maybe bring the knight into the center. Maybe a4, restricting b5. Which one is he gonna go for? Not easy. Bishop g3. Maybe intending bishop h4. Opening the f-file for the rook. Bishop h4 is not a real threat, so I go b5. Bishop h4, I've got g5, or even bishop e7. a3, preventing b4. Now I'll get comfortable development, pressuring the e4 pawn. With the knight and the bishop now. Bishop d3, very passive, but does defend the e4 pawn. Knight h5, I had other options, maybe rook c8, knight c4. But knight h5 forces the bishop to do something. He takes. I could take with the pawn or with the rook, but now already I spotted a very nice idea. There is an interesting theme here. Do you see that? Now intending something very tricky. Knight d5. Decent move. Now the queen should probably go here, but I had a little dirty trick. Takes, takes, and queen b6, taking away the square from the king. And now I started praying. Look at this. Look at me, trying to distract him. Looking at the queen side where all the action is centered around the king. I'm hoping.
Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth round of the FIDE candidates. And we have a very sharp game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja. Let's jump right into the action, where Alireza went pawn to a3 during the break, and Nepomniachtchi tried to keep the position closed, pawn to b3. What's going on now?
Well, this is a big question, what's going on. Well, Jan did not want to allow that black would be taking here on b2. And there are all kind of tactical things happening. And also the c3 square is something is going to be weak, one way or another. So b3 was played by Nepo. He wants safety for his king, that's clear.
Yeah, we should also mention, I mean, a3 cost, I mean, the last 2-3 moves have cost Firouzja like an hour on the clock. So he's down quite significantly now, and it's still super sharp. So
Absolutely, that I also wanted to point out that Alireza knows what he's doing up to a certain point, but in the last few moves, he seemed to be struggling probably which direction to take.
He blitzed out his first 17 moves, and now we're on move 22, and he's spent 1 hour 20. So that's, I can't do math, 20 minutes per move since he's out of book.
yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing I do, but normally I try and avoid these type of sharp positions where the price of each move when you're in time trouble is so high. And he's still got a bit of choice, right? So King h8 we were discussing earlier before including a3, b3.
King h8 always feels useful, no? Just give that rook to j8 square. Why not? Or what else, I should say.
Yeah. And there we were discussing e takes d5. And rook
a5, d6 still works here. We're without a3, b3, but it might still work.
The question is, what happens if now, let's say black goes here and then already possibly knight b5 or knight e4?
You know what I'm going to say here, Judit. Queen takes
What
d4.
you want to take? You want to grab. That's what you want. Only pawn, pawn, pawn.
I mean, as long as I can stop you getting into c3 now, I'm happy.
But after knight e4, what do you want to do?
Queen e... Oh, yeah, maybe d6. Queen e1 looks a bit ugly.
But you never know. You might even sacrifice a queen one day, no? Even such
Knight takes c4.
Rook f6, something like that.
Wow.
Nowadays, these are not something that I would be surprised. Such a great pawn on d6.
Yeah.
But I think d6 is much better, right? Just
d6 look good, no? Just grab stuff.
Yeah.
Bishop d6, knight takes c4. Yeah.
And if knight takes?
Rook takes f6 again, maybe? Does that work? All sorts of pins and discoveries, but bishop takes f6, queen takes d6.
Well, queen or rook, I guess.
Or rook, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so this is very important that black cannot go knight e4 here.
And if we play some slower move here, queen c7, or d7, yeah, c7, let's say.
Yeah, so now the threat is knight e4, most likely. Queen c5, trying to chase you around, but eventually you'll stop allowing me the threat of an exchange. I guess.
No, it seems like white is having a great position and material plus.
Yeah.
So
I don't see where the black queen goes here.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, queen d7, queen c6.
And if queen d7 directly, maybe.
Queen b7 was also
stupid.
possible. Queen d7.
Knight.
But even move like bishop c5, isn't this possible? Threatening rook f6?
It feels like a3, b3 here has helped white just to close down the b file after rook b8. You can just move.
What happens here? Rook a b8. Where does the queen go?
Or do we play queen takes a3? Yeah.
Knight b5, I was a bit worried.
I'm joking, yeah. But bishop takes e7.
Maybe.
No, that's not quite.
He's not playing jokes on us.
Yeah, I'm getting carried away with the pawn grabbing now. But,
Well, I don't think white is having a bad position at all. That would be the last thing to say. f8 is hanging, f6 is hanging.
Knight takes d5.
You don't trust these things, yeah?
No, I just see a pawn.
And grab it.
Grab it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
At least we're playing for 3 results.
Yeah, anything could happen here.
Okay, king h8 was played in the game.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, he takes d5. Must be critical.
And it's on the board.
Yeah. So knight d6, possibly queen takes b4. And what else?
Actually, that's a very important statement. If white can really take on b4, because then black has to come up with something. Otherwise, he's just having a material down and some dangerous things running on the king side.
Yeah, this resource of white playing d6 is just so important. And lots of lines.
No, and here it feels like the black king is still in as much trouble as the white king, no, while black loses every endgame or every simplification. So this is very dangerous for Alireza.
So after e takes d5.
Yeah, maybe he has to find some other move.
Well, d6 is a threat practically. So rook a6 might be a move. What about this? So for the moment, I cannot go knight f5 because of knight e4, right? So at least it's something positive for black.
Yeah, the rook on a6 feels a bit loose though. Are there any tactics?
Yeah, but I can also sometimes go to d6.
Yeah. I was thinking along the lines of bishop h6 maybe to start.
Bishop h6.
And rook g8, queen e2, yeah? Then rook
d6,
queen e5.
This type of thing just because the rook is loose.
Double attack.
Nice. Alireza has to be incredibly careful or incredibly resourceful the next couple moves. No, he could just be lost very quickly if he doesn't come up with some very deep stuff.
He can be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stakes are definitely higher for him.
And if we imagine Ding, who's better against Fabi, beating Fabi, that would mean they're both back on 50%. Then if Jan wins, he would have 3 out of 4. He could be 1 point ahead of the field today. Duda, Rajabov looks equal. Rapport, Nakamura also looks equal. I mean, there's still 10 rounds to go after this, but that would still be quite a start for the publisher.
Well, it was already a very good start to winning game 1 against Ding, right? With black. That was already giving the tone of his tournament, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been a fast starter, right? It's just about some questions on endurance and psychological stability. But yeah, this position looks great for white.
Well, it's definitely white who is...
What else can we do if we go rook g8? Do you go d6? Is that winning already or working?
Can you take with bishop?
And here rook takes f6 anyway, maybe.
Well, I don't know. Knight f5 also looks extremely scary. Though you go knight e4. Okay, so knight e4 is a good counter chance.
But rook takes f6 if it works could be very strong. queen takes and knight e4.
But then black goes here or something, and rook d8.
But knight takes f7
Knight
is,
f7.
yeah, the rook on d8 is not defended. And I guess in the end games where black takes everything on d6 now should be quite good for
Well,
white.
this is very bad news.
I wasn't sure how lost is that, or how bad is that endgame?
Yeah, black's pawns are weak on the after queen g6 and take everything on d6. You just want to run with the E and F pawns, I guess, quickly.
Yeah, some rook g2 and hope for the best, but maybe white is just fast enough.
You don't want to go f5? You want to go here?
No, f5 looks logical. Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe knight d3. And...
yeah, let's go f5. Although here, do I have a... no. That feels like it could easily be lost for black now. Like,
it's the type of position the computers would love for white, but
maybe
still.
just bishop c5
or knight d3. What do you do? Like,
knight d3 is clever. f4, knight takes
or
f4.
takes, yeah.
You want to take that?
Yeah. This one will win. King c1, very soft, yes. Or c4.
c4.
I just want to go c4 and
yeah.
Oh, no, c4 is not so good. f3.
Yeah, c4, f3. So king d. Yeah,
we have one more move for free, so this should be enough. Yeah, like king d2. Okay, this is resigns.
Well, this is important indeed, that after rook g8 also d6 and rook c6, rook f6.
Would it still work if the queen wasn't on d8? So
I go queen f3.
Queen f3. Oh, that's clever.
Take 6.
Yeah, queen takes d6, queen takes e3. White has nothing more than a draw, right?
No, that's yeah, that's only a perpetual check on d8.
And after queen f3, yeah, queen f3 is very clever.
No tricks here. Knight g5, you take.
Well, knight g5, I can go back, queen f5 also.
I was hoping I would have something, but maybe I don't. Queen
Okay.
d5, rook a7, yeah. I know rook a7 I can take.
g5 is hanging, so I can play rook a7. But it doesn't seem to be clear.
Okay, anyway, it's not the clear-cut
96.
solution we were hoping
Knight
for.
d6 was played.
96 played. He's saying, please take the pawn, sir.
And taking must be critical because it stops knight e4. How else to stop that?
Black is inviting white to grab the pawn.
I'm saying Jan will take within a minute. Like he's saying, things are going well. Give me that pawn. You show me why not.
One pawn up, 50 minutes up on the clock.
After queen b4, rook b8, where do you go?
Generally, I like queen e1 to keep an eye on e5 if there's no punishment.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, after a3, b3, white's king is in such a safety. The only worries is about c3.
Yeah.
And after taking the b4, it's not that weakened square anyway.
It feels like it helped white, no? With the pawns on a4 and b2, there's always knight c4 and rook b2 and whatever to worry about here. Well, now, knight c4, bishop h6, and what's the big deal?
Yeah, how can black ever get a knight to c3 now?
No, it's simply no danger for white.
Okay, so queen takes b4. If rook b8 helps white to get the queen to safety, then maybe black has a more useful move.
What did we try? We tried queen c7, but queen c5 was annoying. Queen d7 feels a bit random. Also no real threat, no? Queen d7 even then. Queen e1.
Queen d7, queen c7, queen c8. I don't know. Do you think he blundered that knight e4, d6? No, it's impossible.
Nah.
Because d6 was happening in other lines with this rook
Yeah.
a5, so he must have rook a5. Maybe the only good move for white was d6, so he must have it in his mind.
But what is after queen b4?
I don't get it. I can also see the little engine bar. Very excited for
yeah.
white. And yeah, queen b4 played. I'm not sure if it was within the minute, but he did play it quickly. He's feeling good.
So probably it's just a huge advantage.
Yeah, the little bar there, yeah, it says whatever that means, +2 or something, which is serious, no? Like,
So he needs tricks now. Alireza, that's the only way to justify.
Well, this is a quite unpleasant story for Alireza, flashing out his moves in the opening. After that, he was thinking, what could go wrong so much?
where did he get surprised? This king b1, knight c1 was not
No,
the
but
most
king
common
b1
idea.
cannot be, right? If
No,
you-
I understand it's a normal move, but from the games played, there was a lot more of knight g3 and f6.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
bishop
wondering what
c4
to
is a home preparation, so you must see king b1, because if someone is not prepared against bishop c4, the first thing you're watching, thinking of king b1, knight c1, right?
Yeah, I agree. It would be slightly sloppy preparation because bishop c4. This is a line that's supposed to be better for white, or at least incredibly tricky for black. So if you go there, you have this new idea. You should have been ready for it.
Yeah,
but
he
he
kind of
started
been
taking time here. No, maybe f6 surprised him.
Yeah, he kind of been surprised by
F6
king
cannot
b1.
be surprised.
He played d5 so quickly that king b1 kind of been the surprise, but
Yeah.
maybe it wasn't just f6, but maybe it was g takes f6. You said that was the novelty, Jan.
Ah, yeah, it's true. f6, g, f, knight g3. There was still a game or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was around here he started thinking right after knight g3.
Yes.
That's where it started to go wrong. Yeah.
But here it's really going wrong, I think.
Let me switch on a computer just to see what the computer said in the opening. I'm curious. So d5, f6 is the first line, gf, gf.
Spoilers, Jan, it will say
f6.
0.0 the whole time.
It does say 0-0 around here, knight g3. But maybe this is important. Instead of bishop takes f1, it says knight d6, and it says 0-0 indeed.
So literally just after he got surprised, immediately went going on.
And bishop f1, the computer already strongly dislikes. Like here, knight d6, it says is fine. Which,
and after bishop h6, just sacrificing some.
Bishop h6, king h8, it doesn't care.
Yeah, sacrificing some material. Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's hard for a human, I guess, to evaluate and go for. But
yeah, as usual, once you see it, it's easy, but to give that exchange without knowing, yeah, not so easy.
But preparation-wise, yeah, maybe the space should have been covered.
Okay, so this is what he has to deal with. And I still go for my full point for Nepo.
That's less brazen a prediction than was before the game. But yeah, I agree. By the way, just before I switch it off again, computer says after queen takes b4 plus 309 and best move knight d7. So computer is not very thrilled about black's chances.
Wow, knight d7. I mean, that's
Knight d7 is not a good sign.
No, and the +3 is also not a good sign. No, it's big trouble for
I mean, knight
Alireza.
d7. Okay, I understand that black wants to look for counter chances with f5, but still.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive though. I mean, you look at forcing moves first before looking at a way to play positionally after.
I mean, knight
Giving up a
d7
pawn.
is really a move which you make because the computer said it's the best move, right? It's not because you believe in it. Well, maybe you are, but then there are problems.
So it allows bishop h6 when you have to go f5 and so on. It allows a million things. No, it's just
No.
you're in trouble, and computer says this.
Okay, so let's
Least
see
even.
how the Alireza magician will shift things in a way that he can recover maybe. Though I think he has very little chance here.
Probably saved worse, but yeah, this one is almost gone now.
Okay, let's see what's going on with Rapport, because his knight is somewhere very far.
Wow, okay.
So what has happened here, there was an exchange of rooks, knight g5, and he started to go to knight a5 to grab pawns over there. h4. Naka is not playing for a draw in this game. He's just pushing it.
Yeah,
he's just playing.
c5.
h3 surprising, no? Like,
Well, it's very unpleasant, isn't it? Sometimes h3 can come and then knight f3.
Yeah, if black gets a pawn to h3, white's really gonna feel nervous.
h3, which is also not very tempting, I must say.
Yeah, white still has a weak pawn.
Check. Knight a7. Is this a good thing? Can't black just go king e5 and king f4? Or just grab this? I'm worried about Rapport here.
Yeah, king e5 looks very nice. What's white's knight doing? I mean, knight c6 doesn't really help. Knight b5 maybe. Needs to get it back on side somehow. He might mate me in the endgame.
but knight c6, what did you do? What did you dislike?
Just king takes e4 maybe.
Hoping for some.
King e4.
I was hoping for some jumps. Let's say rook e3
I would go
check.
king f4 for some reason.
Oh, I want to jump knight e7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That maybe, yeah, you're doing well there.
So you want to do something similar as well after king takes e4?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how, but rook e3 check, I thought, and then knight e7 next move. Maybe you can do it directly too. Keep the check in reserve.
Actually, yeah, this is very clever. It's really hard to find a safe square for the rook even.
Okay, and if I don't go king e5 immediately, if rook a8, you go knight b5.
Knight b5, I would guess. No?
Okay, so I
But now rook takes a2.
and king a5.
At least the black king and rook are so far apart now, there won't be any knight forks.
How is this? Rook b3. Some weird race, yeah, but
c4.
take the pawn.
You like pawns.
Very much.
Black's rook doesn't feel ideally placed right now.
Still feels equal somehow. No, our king is so alone, but knight takes e4. I don't know. Or take something.
Yeah, okay, but white is not in. I mean, I can go back. White has a pawn up, right?
Yeah.
King d6 there, but yeah. It's,
Okay, let's see after knight a7.
Okay, so we're trying to be ambitious for black right now, or?
I thought I can be ambitious for black, yes. But
Because if we want to play safe, maybe we can just take on e4. Okay, so rook a8. Maybe we can check this again. Rook a8.
yeah, rook a8. Knight b5.
Okay, taking is forced.
Takes.
And rook b3 at the end.
So why not knight e4? Knight e4.
Something takes e4 at least. Would make sense.
Maybe black can go check. King g2 and rook c1.
Okay. And how does white coordinate the pieces? It's not easy. Knight d5 maybe. Just want to get back to e3.
No, but knight d5, then knight d4, and you want to go back to e3.
Just to kind of hold everything together.
Yeah, that's very
I
sensible.
like it.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah. Feels like it should be equal
good
somehow.
home run.
Yeah.
And if I go take first,
Yeah.
Caro just played rook a8.
yeah,
Okay. So rook takes b6.
and then look c1.
Ah, okay. So now my knight can't get back to e3.
I'm also trying to get tricky.
Yes.
I mean, your knight is so far away.
How about king f3? Let's go active.
I give it check, I think.
On g5.
Mm-hmm.
Or am I going to keep going active?
You go here.
I'll try it.
Here.
I'll try. I mean, if I can eliminate h4 and not get mated, then white is out of danger. But I don't see the checkmate yet.
Okay, let's say check, king h5, king f5, knight e8.
Yeah, 98 or 95 or somewhere. Maybe it's just a draw now after rook g5.
Nice perpetuate check.
No way for white to escape.
Draw.
Yes.
So rook a8.
That's how it's gonna go.
If we predict to the end of the line, then yeah.
Knight b5.
Knight b5 played. Rook a2 will happen.
Check will happen.
7, king e5.
And rook b3.
Here is rook b3 forced. I saw one trick.
Knight d5. Or
Yeah.
you want to go f4 check?
No, I even had a second trick. Knight d5, you go king e4.
Knight c3.
I have knight b6 and you can't take b2.
Ah,
Or can you? Oh, maybe you can. No,
So king takes e4, knight c3 check, and knight takes e4, knight.
Yeah, sorry, knight e4, knight b6. I meant, sorry, yeah. King e4, knight c3.
Okay, clever. Knight takes e4, knight takes b6. And yeah, white shouldn't be in trouble there if you can get the knight back to e3 via c4. Just...
Richard is thinking.
Thinking, knight c7 played.
Yeah, things are speeding up.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the first game to finish, assuming that both players.
I'm not sure because
accurately, yeah.
Jan Alireza, they also made a pair of moves.
Okay, should we jump there?
Here, couldn't white be better here? Like, okay, the bar still says it's completely equal, so I'm sure it is. But we're pawn up now. Anyway,
yeah.
Rook c8 played.
Oh, I like those tricky knight jumps, Jan. Definitely. White out of trouble there, but okay, this one. What else? Queen d7.
I'm not sure bishop b6 was so obvious for me to go away from this diagonal from h6.
Now he's cleared the e file. Maybe queen.
Maybe now he wants queen e1. You had to hit the pawn.
But can't I go some queen b5 kind of thing?
Queen e5.
So what? What okay?
Yeah, queen e5 looks
e5?
quite strong. White's king's just too safe every time. It's the black king.
Yeah.
And e4, bishop d4 is over. Yeah, it's,
so that's the thing, that the e5 is completely vulnerable.
What does he even do after queen e1? Look,
Well, the bar actually shows very
Bar
much
is
more.
very happy.
Well,
He go
actually, it's
queen
forced.
e8 and 97, but I'm not sure how much he'll enjoy that.
Rook f6.
Directly, yes. Sorry.
Ouch. Yeah, that finishes it. Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking about now. There is 20 minutes. Only 2 real moves, right, in the current position. One of them loses immediately.
This has been
tough times.
Has been a bad game. No, like I'm sure he spent a lot of time preparing that line, but then once he was out of book, he didn't feel it. He spent a lot of time and was lost at the first real choice he had, or lost is maybe strong, but in trouble. It's tough. He's really trying to mix it and fight with the black pieces, but of course you can also lose if you push it.
Very impressive though from Nepomniachtchi to kind of happily steer into the surprise and navigate things there. To do it so quickly as well.
He's so good if he's confident and so on. Like the narrative about him now has always been about his nerves and, well, he lost the match to Magnus, but if he's confident in a sharp position, he's just insanely good how fast he calculates the lines, how fast he feels where the pieces should be. Like he's a very special talent.
What do you think in the World Championship match after game 5? Did he get like over optimistic that, okay, fine, I made 5 draws, I even had some chances? Was he got over optimistic? That's why he lost that game?
I wouldn't think so. It just felt like a tense match that was very equal for the first 5 or 5.5 games, and even game 6 he made a lot of excellent decisions. Like Magnus did grind him down, and there was some crazy time trouble there where they both missed chances, but it didn't feel like he was getting careless or anything. Just Magnus happened to have the better end there after whatever 9 hours, and then it collapsed. But I don't think he was feeling this is easy, or I would hope not. After
well, I'm not saying that it's easy, but he had the self-confidence of making like it was clear he wanted to play for more than a draw in the game 6.
Yeah, that I'm not sure about. He took some non-standard decisions, but he was better at some point as well.
I mean, by that time he understood that, well, actually it's going to be really for 3 result this match, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the classical game. So after game 5, many of us, I think, thought that, well, maybe we're going to see another few draws like in the previous World Championship match. And so he was like braver, I think, in game 6 with black. He said, well, okay, maybe I can get more than that.
And
hard to say, I wouldn't know.
I was going to say Nepomniachtchi, like he's probably not scared of Magnus even during that match, but he's definitely not scared of anyone here in the field. So
I think when he's in a good mood, he's not scared of anybody in general. When he's in a bad mood, he's not either. But then he starts blitzing out moves, and sometimes, things drop. But he's
Queen e1 is on the board.
Very impressive. Queen e1 played.
And the bar is all the way up.
Bar says it's completely over.
This is a very painful loss for Alireza if he's going to lose this, and everything stands in that direction.
With black in the tournament, he's just had a tough start, right? Defending 2 really difficult rook end games, and then now this game.
No, because the way it went, right? I mean, if it's a long game, it's a great battle, ups and downs, fine. But this up to now, it was not a scenario which is kind of acceptable in such a candidates if he wants to win.
Also feels like feels a bit like his strategy is backfiring so far, no? Which I applauded that he tries to play for a win with both colors and plays very sharply with black. But so far with black, he's had 2 lost positions, which he's defended, or lost is strong, but 2 worse positions to bad rook end games he saved. and today he just got crushed. So maybe he overestimated a bit his chances of playing sharply with black, because he doesn't have hundreds of games at this level against these guys so well prepared. No, maybe it shows a little bit here.
Yeah.
Do you think it's this upbringing of just playing, I mean, open tournaments? I mean, he's young, he's had to kind of navigate the open tournaments for years, and you have to take risks with black there to win things.
Maybe that I still also thought it's maybe correct strategy. If you were playing for first place, you need to win games. But of course, if you lose every second black game, well, which he hasn't, but if you're in trouble there, it's also not helping you. I'm not sure. But there's also, this point you're bringing up. He hasn't had to adjust, or maybe he never will have to adjust to playing all these super tournaments and playing the Berlin or Petrov playing it safe with black. No, it's curious.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the winners of the past candidates tournaments, and maybe apart from Caruana, who takes risks with black, everyone else is just classical strategy, just solid from time to time, unless it's kind of a definite must-win scenario.
Well, in Nepomniachtchi he played some, well, not goofy, but some slightly offbeat openings at this level. In the last candidates, no, he played the Wienaver.
In the first half, at least.
Yeah. Was it some Sicilian Paulson or something in the mix? But yeah, then when he was on the lead, it was Petrov.
Yeah, good old chess. Solid chess. But yeah, this position, Queen E1, I can't even see a move for black. E5 is dropping.
And if the E5 is dropping and on that diagonal bishop comes?
Yeah.
It's resigns now also, the bar saying what, +5 or something.
My remark on bishop b6, I take it back, but in principle, I think it's not necessarily the good direction for the bishop. And if concretely you are winning material, it is.
That helps. Yeah. Or provoking e4 when all of a sudden bishop d4, this bishop just rules the entire board.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, but so pretty, no, covering c3, b2, and giving checkmate on the other side.
White's king is suddenly the safest thing I've ever seen.
We have moves on the other games also. Let's see Jan-Krzysztof do that.
This one's changed a fair bit, right?
Because, I mean, black has no problems at all. It's very clear. So after takes on f5, rook g5, a4, knight f5. So actually it's black who wants to play for something more, I think. But that black is not worse, that's pretty much the case.
Not better either, right? Like
I don't know if queen e3 is not a little over optimistic.
Yeah, but that's Duda, right? He'll keep the game alive as long as he can.
Queen f4.
Takes on g3. The chicken chess club is not yet worried.
I guess if you don't go g3, if you go rook e1, then just rook e4.
Yeah. Should also be fine, but just to get rid of any issues there, no? FG, and we have f7 to attack.
Yeah, white's in no trouble. Black probably not either, but...
Oh, okay, of course, white is not trouble.
Just noticed a trap in the current position if white tries to avoid a queen exchange.
There's some question to it.
Yeah, you have to be very...
You have to make a very dumb move for it to work, but...
You want to...
Queen e1.
At first I thought, oh, queen e2, queen takes h2, but the queen covers h5, so yeah, this one is...
Yeah, this is not exactly what will happen in the game.
It's still pretty.
There's no mouse slip here with queen e1 instead of queen e2. But, yeah, queen takes f4. What else, simply?
How's the pawn end game? King d7 takes, king e6. But the king comes to f3, and it's not a great idea for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels unnecessary to even calculate.
Yeah. No, it's nonsense. I just can't count. But king g2 doesn't.
So what is this actually? Isn't it a draw?
Maybe still a draw if black puts a pawn on f5. Yeah. No way through for white on the king side. Black can just put a king on g7.
Wait.
Well, okay, this game I would go and keep. Did I say that it was a draw? I think
you probably did.
Yeah.
Can we go to Ding? They're headed for, this is a rook end game, bunch of exchanges there.
Let's see what happened. After queen c2, b3 did happen on the board. Knight e4, a4.
And queen c4 he tried. Yeah, maybe there's a good chance if it
knight
works.
c5.
And now,
Okay, let's go for the very
yes, you
quick
have to take.
rook c8.
I thought maybe.
Rook b1.
And if c3?
I thought at first that rook b3 is the genius, but then I had to realize that it's just losing.
After rook d8, yes. That back rank is weak.
But instead of rook b1, rook a1, just like.
Or a5, yeah.
They taught us, yeah, or a5, I guess it's the same.
Still some back rank problems.
Maybe I just can't count. That would be an issue. Sorry.
No, this we cannot go. So on rook c8.
Is the idea after rook a1, rook takes c5, maybe just king f1?
Well,
that makes sense.
c1.
Yeah, if the king comes
c5,
in.
you mean?
No, rook a1, rook c5, yeah. King f1.
I'm still not sure when we're threatening a5, maybe not yet. But,
probably now. C3, yes. King e2. Yeah.
And then rook d5, you go rook a2, I guess. Or just a5.
Maybe a5, yeah.
I'm not sure. After a5, maybe check and rook b2.
But can I... okay.
Even here, rook c1 is close, but probably not ideal. Yeah, like king f8 takes rook a2.
Yeah, this somehow looks pretty nice for black, I guess.
I've seen nicer, but yeah, there's
well,
some chances.
White king's not too happy.
No, the white king is not happy.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so go back. Well, I think it's a serious problem for black if he cannot take on c5 because
he has to take now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if knight c3 is an option.
Rook a1.
Rook a1.
Yeah.
White brings the king and pushes the a-pawn.
Yeah. Okay, knight c5 takes rook c8. Rook c1 or rook a1. You want to go rook a1.
Yeah.
And why rook a1? Why not rook c1 and king f1?
Isn't the rook good behind the passer? King f8, what is white gained?
Trying to do a bit of counting here. White's king gets to b4 though, right?
No, rook f5 or g5 or somewhere. H5.
Or pawn.
Rook.
Okay, h3? Or which? I'll push a pawn.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll just name all the squares.
Yeah, and then he says, okay, I will put it wherever.
Yeah, fair enough. It's still bad. Yeah, king c5 would be one, you're saying.
B1.
Okay, we don't need king c5 just yet, maybe.
These are so hard to evaluate though when the a-pawn is winning or not, but I assume it is with the rook behind.
But I think black is suffering for sure.
And this was rook c1, yeah, maybe that's quite clever.
Well, I just don't see exactly why is it better if we put the rook on a1 if we are not going to push the pawn anyway for quite some time. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
But we're threatening to push it now, no? Or...
So I
don't know.
3, king e2.
And now you're suggesting rook d5, Judith.
Yeah, I was trying rook d5, and then you went. How about rook
Rook d1 I also have.
D1.
Ah, clever. Yeah.
Kills me.
Yeah. So c2, king d2, king f8. White puts the king on c1. Yeah. And now the a pawn will run.
Yeah, because a5 would be misunderstanding.
Yes. Deflection.
Not very ambitious, a5.
No, no, great blunder. And so what now? I go here.
Run.
a5. Rook c7 or king d6. I don't know.
Yeah, let's say king d6 first.
Run.
Back.
We have to
definitely
count,
right.
but usually it's winning now.
Yeah,
King
it looks
c3.
like
King goes.
White is just in time.
And wants to sneak in after exchange.
Yeah.
Things don't look good for Fabi.
No. Spending a lot of time after knight c5, but if he decides he can't take, then that's really bad news.
But I think I really believe that for Ding this is a very crucial game. First 3 games passed, didn't work out the way he wanted to. Some serious mistakes, and I mean in game 1 he made some very strange things. But free day, and then with new energy with the white pieces, he has his chances. So
One last forcing line before we move on from this one. So takes and rook a8 maybe to use the king to capture the c pawn.
And if rook b1, can I try to keep both pawns? He has taken, by the way.
Yeah.
And king
f8.
Rook b4, I wanted. But c3, king of 1, c2, I'm not time. So.
I'd rather give you a pass c pawn with your.
Yeah, no, of course. I just can't count. Huh.
I mean, this is the only other way I can think other than the lines we just.
And if rook a1, king f8, then you're on time, yeah? King f1, king e7.
Still some counting.
No, but
even that is not so.
Do you go rook a6 or king e7?
Because if king e7, you want to put the pawn on a6 and play rook a5.
That's what I thought, but I think it's not correct because
one move too slow.
Unless I can go here, and I'm just in time with everything.
It's the ideal setup for white. Yeah.
So rook a1, king f8, a5. But you can go c6.
Here's c3, no, yeah.
c3.
Yeah, maybe you have to start with king f1 just to head off c3. And
okay, so here.
King e7, then a5.
After rook a5, c6, right? So king e7. King
maybe, or a5, maybe. Yeah.
Now a5. Smart.
Because now c3, king e2, and you're in the box.
Do you need rook a6 if you just go king d7 and we run? Like
but this
a5.
is a6.
You're in time for rook a5 again. Sorry. Yeah.
But rook a6.
Rook a6, king e2, king d7, king d2, king c6.
How's that? King c3, king c5. Should be closer to a draw. Yeah.
I mean, at least it's a much better version than the lines we were looking at.
Yeah.
And probably now you are threatening to take rook takes a5.
Yeah.
And get the black king back in time.
Well, it seems like black is rook a8, right? Rook A8 is the move.
And thereafter, king b5, rook takes c4.
Maybe just king takes. Oh wait. Oof.
King A7, king E.
The head is starting to spin with all these counting and.
A5, rook A6. Rook A4, king B5, rook C4.
Rook A7.
Oh, you're too
Cunning.
To stop you getting in.
Oh yeah, didn't see that one. Smart.
But I'm not sure. I mean, if
Yeah,
I go
still not 100%
rook
clear.
B2, I mean, isn't this?
Funny. I've never seen a 4 versus 4 rook and with the king cut off on the a file. It's funny.
But you're not happy with your king cutoff.
What's the move now? Rook d7,
D7.
we cut off the white king too.
Yeah. And then after king c4, maybe we just king a6, keep the 7th rank covered, then the black rook can stay on the d file. Oof.
Interesting moment in the game, rook c8 or rook a8.
So it's close, but so far it feels like, yeah, these rook a8 lines are more promising, no?
Meanwhile, some other moves in the other games.
Such a big game. Like if Fabi draws, he stays 1 point ahead of Ding. Ding loses another white. Because Ding's third white in 4, no? Like
yeah, it's
Yeah.
important.
So what has happened in the other games? Let's see. Jan, they had rook b8 and then bishop a5. So what was here? Bishop b5. Bishop
I think there's a clever line. So if queen takes e5, rook takes
b6 and knight
b6.
c4.
Yeah, rook takes f6, knight c4, and there's no discovered check because the queen is hit.
nice.
I think this trick works, but yeah, unfortunately, it's just a trick. And
Bishop
yeah,
a5, knight c4 on the board.
Yeah.
I guess just bishop c3 now. And what is there to hope for?
Well, I don't know if d6 is possible also.
Oof. That could well be a knockout.
Though I don't see exactly why bishop c3 would be bad. What about knight d5?
Yeah, bishop e5.
6.
F6, bishop b8.
Bishop b8.
Bishop b4? No. Bishop b4, just queen takes b4.
Rook b8, rook d5, worst case scenario.
Yeah. White's
Pretty
pieces
sure there are other moves here, but like, yeah, this doesn't look bad either.
Everything's on the back rank, but it's just still, everything's covered.
Well, bishop c3 does not look bad.
No, neither does d6. No, it's just the position looks quite good. Okay, can we briefly see rapport? I think stuff has happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you predicted this knight d5.
So what has happened? What we were checking? Knight d5
Was this king e5, knight d5, and the knight cheapos?
and knight d6.
Oh, well, he has to retreat.
So white has a pawn up actually. So what if rook f3?
And if king takes e4, just knight takes f6. And actually, it might be more than one pawn. What is the trick?
Somehow I have the feeling that something went wrong for black.
Maybe knight d4. Knight d4 here.
Yeah, I take.
Then do I take on e4 first, I guess, maybe. And then but then knight e3 covers everything. Maybe I should take on c2 first, sorry, instead of king takes e4, just to get that pawn. just to hint at some
Well,
91 check.
White can go even f3.
93 check.
King f2.
Ah, nice.
I have my tricks too.
Yes, you do. Rook f5 check. And wins.
It's not so easy though.
Probably wins. Okay.
Rook d2.
Or even rook h5.
Still work to do.
Yeah, f4, f5.
Also rook d5, king f4 maybe.
Mhm.
But also this makes, I mean, okay, it's clear that who is playing for a win.
Yeah.
That's clear. So after rook f3. I mean, you went knight d4, and it's possible that after this.
Yeah, I was reluctant to play king takes e4 because of knight back to e3, but maybe that's not the end of the world for black.
And if knight takes, then f3.
Yeah, f3 is very clever. Yeah, f3 looks good, but maybe king takes e4.
Here?
Yeah, knight e3 and something. Knight e.
Takes on b6.
Okay, he wants to take and then knight takes c2. I mean, black is very active at least. Not so many pawns left.
And your knight e1 is a serious threat also.
Yeah, knight e1 is coming. Maybe white can play knight e3 then instead of knight takes b6.
Yeah.
Just rook takes b6 is still on tap. And rook h6 maybe sometimes.
Yeah, knight e3 definitely is a much better move.
Okay, but overall good news for Richard. No, he's the side playing for a win now, and Hikaru has to find a way to neutralize.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Richard knows how to play these kind of end games.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
Obviously played d6 in the meantime. Bishop d8 was played, but it does not look very promising still.
Still not?
This move didn't change the situation yet. And Fabi played rook to a8. That's
Okay.
the best hope.
Well,
Will be
Fabi
very
is good in these things.
Fabi is amazing. Just calculating these hundreds of moves ahead, also in rook endgames, he's very precise.
And then we have one more game which is running. Actually, all 4 games is running, but the Rajabov game and the Rook made an interesting tour. As after EF, White played Rook E1, Rook E5, and D4. And now he did not want to exchange the rooks, so he went back to E8, which is a very sensible decision.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's time for Jan's G3 again. What
But
else?
I'm not
Equal
sure
now,
if it's
G3,
so-
exchange stuff.
But anyway, G3, what do you do?
G,
FG?
probably, unless you
Yeah,
want to take on
but
E8.
FG, then I don't know, I take with this or with that, and then
King.
play.
Maybe I do. Yeah, King D7. I'm not sure.
Yeah, King D7, King D2.
Yeah, I would take white, but
D8, Rook A1.
I think it's just a draw. The A pawn is also too weak for white to get anything done now.
yeah, maybe after Rook A1, black plays B5, Rook A6, B6. Or brings the
Put
king.
The king and wait here.
Yeah, this looks very logical.
All right, good defense by Taimo there, no? With this F5. Maybe that was the big moment in the game, actually. Like, I would assume Duda missed his f5 just as we did. And after
I
that, it's not
also
much anymore.
missed f5.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how I should have been playing.
Okay, but a4 instead of queen f3, maybe, then at least it gets messy, no? Like,
Then he's not losing Tampes.
yeah.
Though still f5.
Yeah, no clue how it's gonna end.
The queen on d1 is not standing too well.
a5, yeah.
Yeah, a4 feels like the right way to go. I'm not sure about knight h4 somehow. I don't know. It feels
Also,
yeah, this king h1, maybe knight h4, and maybe just slightly too slow.
But okay, here black was playing pretty well. I like it. Okay, we have a move in Firuza's game. Queen e6 after bishop c3.
Okay.
And white go king a1. Am I very rude by doing something like this?
As you know, we love the material. Why not threaten a knight? Yeah, what does black do here? Knight b2.
gotta fianchetto the knight, knight b2.
Sorry, I have time.
You're still not worried.
97 at least. At least black still.
Finally.
We kept the e5 pawn, which is already a miracle, no?
I was actually considering to sacrifice
everything.
Probably also winning, but why give black anything, no?
Yeah, that's what I
91.
was thinking also. So
It
that
still looks very good as well. Knight d1, just rook b1 at the very least. But
yeah. But here you want to go there, and now you're happy that finally the e5 pawn is not falling off.
Again, happy as a
on a scale of 1 to 10 from happiness, it's still more at 2, but that's up from the 0 he must have had a while ago.
No, but
he
now
was generous.
he's alive for a moment.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe this queen e6, no, this d6 business allowing the queen to e6. I'm sure it's still completely winning, but it felt even more winning without d6. No, just bishop c3, take the pawn and take everything and resigns. No, like I'm a bit surprised.
You mean here, bishop?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we
so
saw
like
this
he's
earlier.
in trouble now. Yeah.
Just looks over. But I mean, after
At
queen
least this queen e6, 97. Okay, maybe it can hold for some moves.
Queen d6 is there also knight d3, maybe if we really want to go after the e5 pawn.
Now.
Yes.
And on this knight f4.
Nice.
Yeah, I wanted something with knight f4, but maybe the queen just moves.
Well, you don't have too much of a space. You go back to e8.
Yeah. I mean, it looks so good, but where's the knockout?
Positions you don't play anymore. You resign.
Knight is still not in trouble, no? Knight f5.
No, knight f5. Simple.
I mean, you've got the d6 pawn, you've got mate, and
I have an extra
pieces.
pawn, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
I know it doesn't count anymore, but still.
Yeah, the black pawns are just the black pieces are too passive.
He went knight d5. He's going for counterattack. Bishop a1, bishop a5. Allez.
Ah, knight d3 did happen. Knight d5. Yeah. Wow. You're scaring me now, Jan, with this bishop a5.
The engine bar doesn't seem very scared yet, if I read that correctly.
I mean, I'm looking at knight c5 or something, or knight f4 again, or something. Maybe knight f4.
Knight f4 is a little nasty thing there.
Rook takes and
f6.
Yeah, f6. Black still clinging on with his fingernails. Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I
okay.
think there should be something better than this.
Yeah, still winning, but not convincing anymore.
Knight f5 is possible.
Also, I wasn't sure if bishop a1, bishop a5 is exactly
Actually,
winning for
knight
black.
f5 is a problem because takes on bishop a5.
White's queen definitely doesn't want to end up on a1.
Takes bishop
Nice.
c3. Here we go.
Oh dear. And then white plays like knight somewhere. And
Well, probably that's the best, but
knight a4. And yeah.
how to ruin your winning position just in a few moves.
Yeah, it's just one move, right? Knight f5, and suddenly that's happening. So how about knight c5? Yeah.
How about making a good move?
Yeah, well,
That's a bad one.
not 100% sure it's a good one. I want to go somewhere with this knight, but then just queen c6. Not quite. No, I mean, credit to Ferrugia. I mean, he's making it difficult. It does feel like Nepomniachtchi's rushed it slightly. Just like Jan said, just he could have paused and thought, and it would be over by now.
He's leaning in. Nepomniachtchi probably annoyed that he still has to work here, but of course, still very, very winning according to the engine. But we haven't found a super clean way yet, right?
He does have 1 hour against 1 minute, actually.
That also helps. Yeah.
He went down to 1 minute, so that's the last chance for Firuza, I'd say.
There's no increment, so this could be interesting. And
10 moves in 1 minute.
But sometimes, okay, David will know better about this. Sometimes it can also be tough for your opponent, no? Because you start thinking, okay, I don't even know if he's going to make the time control, and can distract you a bit from the position. No?
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, I actually win half my games because my opponents try and flag me, or they stop focusing, or they try and bluff. And yeah, often especially if you've been down to 1 minute for a long time, if your opponent eventually joins you in time trouble, you're the one who's actually in the rhythm. But yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he's too experienced for that.
Rhythm of a time trouble.
Yeah.
And the unpleasant part for the guy with the 1 minute is now that he has to sit there. And if Nepomniachtchi thinks for 20 minutes, you can't really get up, go for a walk. He just has to stay tense all the time, no? So you should drag it out, ideally.
That's the trick. It's like changing the pace. It's like thinking for 15 minutes on one move, then 2 or 3 quick moves, then stopping again and not letting.
Interesting.
I mean, from my experience, at least, you get your opponent's heart rate up, and then you slow them down, get it up again. And
it's like you're on the cross trainer and you do this mountain training, like it goes up and then you go back to level 1 and you mess with them.
From my vast experience of cross training, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we haven't found anything yet. Maybe we should.
What about King A1?
Ooh, again. Yeah.
Knight CE3, jumping.
Oh. Yeah, it feels odd somehow going to a dark square when things are opening.
And Bishop E5, you take it, or F6, or?
I was hoping F6 and then Knight C2 would be threat.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it's definitely not what Nepomniachtchi wants, letting Knight E3 happen. Right? Okay, so here.
He made a move, Knight F4 played.
Okay, but now we were thinking black can take and F6 and stabilize. Maybe.
He just took on F4. Takes.
F6 he will also play.
Yeah, I mean, white's still a pawn up with fantastic position, so it should be winning, but
okay, at least black is not getting mated for something.
Yeah.
D6
Maybe,
is hanging.
Maybe just Knight F5, yeah.
Not completely.
Knight F5 is nice.
Yeah, taking advantage of the pin on the E file. Yeah, it's still so difficult for black to even find a move here, maybe. Queen E4 is coming. h4 at some point.
White still doesn't need to do anything now. If he stabilizes, it's just over. Yeah, queen e4.
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
Okay, so if knight takes d6.
Knight d6, bishop e5.
Yep. Yeah. Pin and win.
And knight a5, knight b5.
Knight b2 played. Finally, the knight has arrived.
I guess the queen on e2 is defended, so at the very least you can move the bishop. Oh, knight b2. Well. So 35 seconds now for 7 more moves. 5 seconds per move. That's
One, no?
Rook f1 to re-establish the pin.
Still looks fairly sad, doesn't it?
Yeah, queen takes d6, bishop takes e5.
And if rook f1, rook g8, do you take on f6? Is it time to cash in? I hear this.
Yeah, that looks good enough.
Yeah.
It's just the tale of the two kings. The white king, super safe. The black king on this diagonal the whole game.
Wow, so well read. Tale of two kings.
Yeah.
Look what has happened with Rapport. Very
c4
interesting.
he played. What is that?
C4.
Wow. So I guess we all think that's ugly because it gives away the d4 square, but
Well, the thing is that black cannot take the pawn because it's losing a piece, right? Takes a knight e7 check and the e6 falls off.
I guess also maybe he wants to keep the c pawn safe because it was dropping off in some lines with knight d4, knight takes c2.
He blocks the b6 pawn. Interesting.
Interesting. So now okay, how does the black knight get in? So we don't really want to move it because knight takes b6 would be possible.
If rook b1,
rook b3,
I'll just b3, yeah? No.
Or rook
b3
b3
also, yeah.
Rook b2. Knight.
Rook
Rook
f3.
f3.
Yeah, maybe.
Knight g5.
Yeah. Maybe this is another idea behind having the pawn on c4 now. Rook takes f6.
Yeah, knight is stable.
Yeah, I quite like it actually.
Plays, rook e1 he plays.
Even rook e1.
Probably a good move.
Yeah, Hikaru, he'll find the way.
If rook f3, rook e4, rook f6, rook c4, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah. And then suddenly it's white who's struggling.
Hikaru's just too good in these positions, no? Like he just never makes any tactical mistakes.
Yeah,
he never does anything.
Knight f4. Yeah.
Look how some funny, crazy move idea I thought of.
You want to mate black somehow?
I wanted to give mate. I show you what mate. Unfortunately, it's losing to knight f4. But if you go rook e4, then there is a very nice unexpected checkmate.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
But it's not so easy to create this in reality.
Yeah, and maybe we should check out the Ferrugia game meanwhile because he's got 20 seconds left.
Wow.
I mean, it looks over almost.
What has happened?
I looked at the camera, he's shaking his head. 17 seconds now for 5 moves. So rook e8.
h4, f5.
f5, he's opening the gates.
Well, rook f4 back is already not a bad choice.
Rook anywhere pretty much, but rook takes h7 probably.
Rook takes h7
The problem is she wants to finish in style now. Rook h7, queen h5. How does it go? King g8.
I'm not sure the next move.
Rook g1 or knight
f5.
f5.
I mean, this is
doesn't look great, does it?
Almost definitely winning, but why risk it?
Is it any risk? Maybe it's just mate. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna play rook h7, you think?
I think so.
But why rook e4 is not a bad move.
No, I don't think this.
Rook e4. Can I take it?
Ah,
You can go rook f4.
no, rook f4. Sorry, yes. I thought, okay, it's a pin. Where is the pin?
There's the pin now. I mean, he physically, I think at this point, it's physically difficult to make the moves. 5 moves in 17 seconds. At least when I play this increment normally. So. Yeah, this is over. Rook h5 is also over.
So what you guys bet? Rook h5, rook h7, rook f4?
I'm saying rook h7. He can't resist.
He's got 52 minutes to
he'll make
it out.
Yeah.
He will not
make Alireza suffer a little. See, he's drinking his water or his tea there, leaning back.
Yeah.
And poor Alireza just has to sit there, fully focused, calculating lines. Every line is lost. Oof, this is rough.
Also, rook takes f5, maybe. Rook takes f5, rook takes e5.
But then knight a4.
Oof. And then I panic for a while, and then I move my
choker. It's like in a horror movie when you think the bad guy's dead and he makes one last unexpected movement, like knight a4.
Almost gave me a heart attack there. Yeah, still winning.
Well, definitely he's enjoying it.
Yeah, he's taking his time.
Yeah,
and rook h7 played.
Oof. Wow, he didn't take that much time in the end. So white's going to be a rook down, but checkmate. Yeah, I mean, at this point, black just pieces can't defend, right? Knight takes f5, rook g1 is coming, knight h6 is coming. Queen g4 is coming.
The good news for Alireza is only 3 moves till the time control.
5 seconds.
Okay, who can spot the mate first? Rook g1 looks. Rook g1, king f8, queen h6, king f7, rook g7.
Wow.
I mean, there's plenty of choice at this point, I think.
Sorry.
He resigns.
He resigned.
Game over. Jan Krzysztof. No, he resigned. He stopped the clock.
Okay. We have a leader.
Wins another big game. 3 out of 4.
Wow.
Yeah, great game as well.
Very impressive.
He got surprised in the opening, but reacted nicely, confidently. King b1, knight bc1, f6, and Alireza at one of the first critical moments. He seemed like he just went astray on move 20 already with this bishop takes f1. And then we were also critical of a3. I'm not sure if that was better, but he just never got a chance. Great stuff by Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. Must have been a difficult game for Alireza. But both of the games which Jan won in game 1 against Ding and this one, it's attacking style after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, his opponents let him play in a way. They kind of gave him positions which do suit him.
Well, people will understand that they shouldn't give all these tactical opportunities to Jan because they can be punished for that.
He needs some Petrovs, some Berlins with both colors to.
Yeah, but then he's
bring him back.
collected already +2.
Yeah,
so
it's true. He can
he's
chill.
already in a great situation.
Very true.
Yeah, with black especially, I mean, he's going to be happy to shut things down for a while.
Okay, in the meantime, we have moves. With the Ding game, we don't have any moves. I think maybe Ding did not consider this seriously, rook a8. Maybe this could be the reason he's thinking so long also.
I I mean, now there's not even that much choice for white, right?
This is why I'm saying that there is not much of a choice, right?
Rook A1 looks sensible.
What is the choice? Rook A1 or Rook B1 maybe? But it's...
Yeah,
Rook
but
B1.
with Rook B1, it was the case that black goes King F8, right?
Yeah. This Rook B4, C3. How are these endgames in general if white just keeps the C pawn? I don't know what mover. Let's say King F1, C2, Rook C4. Is this supposed to be a draw? Because with this 4 versus 4, I think with 3 versus 3, it's supposed to be a draw. But here, I have no idea.
I mean, it feels like black can just walk the king to C6 and take on C5.
Black just takes the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's probably a draw.
Promising. Hold on, something speedens up with the rapport game.
Oh, okay, rooks are off the board.
Yeah, after Rook E3.
Yeah, I nearly suggested this earlier. I just thought it would lead to a draw automatically somehow, but
Takes.
maybe this is the best try for white.
King D3.
Okay,
So
so
what's going on?
B6 is up for grabs.
Yeah,
Take
but
the pawn.
take knight F4 check.
Yeah. Just not enough material left on the board.
Draw.
Yes. Yeah, knight A4. King.
Right? There is nothing white can be doing.
Knight A4, just knight D3 or
Well, or
King B3.
well, why
Played-
should we lose?
He played King F3 first, but it's already that phase of the game, though. Knight G5, King G4, Knight H3. Can we do that?
But okay, you can go here and King B3.
Yeah, that's not horrible either.
It's also not a very bad move.
Yeah, King G4.
Just a draw. King G4.
So
Knight A4 check will happen. Yeah.
We're gonna see a draw. Then we have another end game running. This is what they are heading to, King C4. We have another game which running Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Rajabov. Also pretty much drawish, I must say. Right? White checks, king goes out, and this pawn is attacked and cannot be defended.
Yeah, and once that guy goes, even if black didn't have the C pawn, it's a draw.
Yeah. That won't last much longer either. So that probably leaves us with Ding versus Fabiano for our evening entertainment.
Okay.
Absolutely. Dink has to figure out something, how to still move on.
It's a big game though, still worthy of the popcorn. And
So what was it? Rook A1.
Rook A1, I guess black can pretty much pre-move King F8.
King F8. We said A5, not A5. We also said King F1, I think.
Rapport and Nakamura are done. All smiles there as they shake hands. Game ends peacefully.
2 knights on the board. That's the left over.
Hikaru all dressed up today. No jeans, no more dress code issues. Do you see that debate? That I only saw his tweet. I didn't see it on camera. I was watching, but apparently he was wearing jeans during the third round, and then he got a complaint from FIDE that he violated the dress code, and he complained that FIDE had not enforced his violations of the dress code previously. What do we think about dress codes?
I mean, as long as the player isn't, I don't know, as long as they're relatively well dressed, I don't see the problem. I don't think sponsors are going to make a big fuss. I don't think the fans are going to make a big fuss. And FIDE have been very inconsistent with it in the past. I mean, I've played tournaments where some players will be wearing sandals and they get away with it. Some players wearing trainers, but then some who will have a slightly less formal shirt and they'll get in trouble. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to uphold that one. Unless FIDE want to supply all players with an outfit themselves. I don't know.
No, I've seen some complaints, I think, from Maxime Varshila Graf as well, that the dress code is outdated, which I guess the players, what they want is it's okay to wear a jacket and a shirt, but they want to be allowed to wear jeans. And of course, I think that white sneakers have to be accepted. Like dress shoes are so uncomfortable and they make all this noise when you're walking around. Like a nice pair of clean white sneakers. Come on, FIDE.
I must say I recently played one of the 8 candidates in this tournament and he had the loudest shoes I've ever heard. And he was walking around and I think he had special dispensation from FIDE to wear those shoes and they were not formal at all. So I was a bit triggered by that, I must admit.
Yeah,
but, yeah, FIDE, I don't know. It's strange to disturb the players like that when clearly Nakamura is not hurting anyone with some jeans. But yes, the less said about that, the better, probably.
No.
Well, if they keep the consistency, then I think it wouldn't be such a problem. But that's true if they keep it only with some players, that is a problem in reality, generally, I think. So, yeah, I also saw the debate that it's outdated requirements.
Who needs clothes in 2022?
Well, I guess, can you imagine if Hikaru would go on his next stream in jacket and tie? It would be quite surprising, right?
He should at this point just to show up FIDE. Yeah, they're looking very smart today, though.
No, I think dress code is fine, but yeah, I would be fine with them adding jeans and sneakers as a viable dressing choice. But then someone should get to decide what jeans and what sneakers are acceptable. And FIDE, if you ever need anybody, I'm very well read on white sneakers. So I herewith apply.
You can be the white sneakers advisor.
I want to be in the appeals committee, but only for conflicts, including white sneakers.
Do you know any white sneaker companies that could sponsor FIDE, do a deal, let the players wear them? I don't know.
Yeah,
someone.
No, but it's a big debate in all sports that the players usually they want their own shoe contracts. Like, so we have to be careful to tell FIDE them what shoes to wear. Magnus with Puma, right? Like, I'm not sure there can be any others for him. Okay, so we have 3 games that are finished. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Rajabov also ended in a draw. That means that the last game still running is Ding Liren against Caruana, where Ding is taking a long time to decide here after Rook A8. Shall we look at the standings, maybe do a brief recap of the action so far while Ding is thinking?
Sure.
Yeah, makes sense.
There we see it. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 3 points, 1 point ahead of the field. And it could stay that way if Caruana loses his game. Fabi draws, he's only half a point behind him.
Yeah, big round for the overall standings. I mean, at this point, it looks like Fabi probably is the favorite to draw his game, but either way, Jan off to another quick start after the last candidates tournament.
And poor Ali Reza in 7th place. That was a tough round for him. It has to be said, he's had 3 black games and only 1 white game, which of course matters at this level. But today will be a rough one for him to recover from. Do we know?
Sorry, after you, Jan.
No, I was just curious. Do we know, because the question is being brought up a lot, who people are with in Madrid? The only thing I read is that Ding is all by himself, and we've seen for Rapport he came with Lubomir Lubojevic.
And his wife, I think.
But for example, for Ali Reza, do we know who's accompanying him?
No, that's a good point. I mean, I've heard he's built quite a big team around him, but I'm not sure exactly who.
I heard that his family was around him, at least for the opening.
Yeah, his brother and his dad are definitely there.
Caruana is with Chuchalov, right?
Yeah.
That's what I saw on the opening ceremony, at least when they were showing up.
Nepomniachtchi, I think, is with Vichugov and Hyrulin. Hyrulin, I'm not sure how to pronounce his coach's name. Duda is with
Gajewski.
Yeah.
Gajewski, yeah. And Rajabov, I'm not sure. He was with his wife, I think, in Norway chess. I'm not sure if he brought someone else there.
That's very surprising that Ding is alone.
Must be tough, no? Like 3 weeks all by yourself.
But also it's very unusual because usually Chinese players are always accompanied with some officials or trainer.
It might be an issue with visas, or I know there's such strict quarantine rules and COVID regulations still in China. Maybe other players couldn't get that exemption to travel with him.
Yeah, and probably remotely for sure they are helping him.
Yeah, but it's not just about the opening files. No,
Yes.
it's also about you're there 3 weeks in a country where I guess you don't speak the language, and it's not that much fun to go to restaurants alone. I'm sure people would be happy to have dinner with Ding, but you want to have a familiar face around, no? And you can't really hang out with the other players when it's such a competitive tournament. So it feels like a very tricky spot. I was very surprised too.
We have a move, you know?
Rook b4, yeah. Rook
One,
b1.
King f8, rook b4, c3. And we were looking this line, I think.
Yeah, we just mentioned,
Rook
right?
c4.
This
We just mentioned it. Yeah, rook
C4.
c4.
Now black can play c2
Well-
or king e7. King e7 would make sense here, I guess.
Well, the question is whether is there any difference?
Mhm.
Well, king e7 looks better, yeah. Winning a tempo, right?
Yeah, I mean c2. I guess you do threaten rook takes a4. There's a cheapo there, maybe. After c2, if white plays c6, rook takes a4.
Playing for a win.
Playing for a win with black.
Then you can lose, yeah.
Back rank checkmate is coming. So you could set a trap. I'm not sure.
But probably king e7 is a better move.
Probably not worth the tempo, that trap, no? Like,
In blitz, I would give it a punt. Yeah, and I guess white plays king f1. Advancing the c pawn, black will only block it
And
with
now
his king
already
A.
c2 is a must.
I thought you were right, actually, when we talked about this, that this just looks like a draw. No? c2 takes rook a4, rook a7 back, king d7.
Rook a8 here or king d8? Which one do you guys prefer?
King d8, maybe there's rook d2 check.
That's true. Rook d2 and rook d7, so that's not a good move. Ah, but hold on. Rook a8. Yeah, rook d2, rook d8, or rook a7.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this game will also not last too long.
It's just over, no?
But probably c6 is a move which should not be played by.
Yeah, he played king f1. c2 will happen. Yeah, played.
It's played, takes. So we have this position on the board. Rook a4. So if rook b2, rook
Rook
a7.
a7.
Yeah, I don't see how to keep the game alive. Like just
No,
plays rook
king
c7.
e2. Hold on, king e2.
Okay, king. Ah, okay.
King d7.
King d7. You want king d3?
I want king d3, exactly.
King c6.
King c4.
Rook a4 check.
Rook b4.
Rook a2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Feels like white's just one tempo short in a few lines, but either way, it's so difficult.
Yeah, one tempo short is unpleasant. And what about
Let's try, instead of king d3, rook b8, can we try to grab a pawn there at least?
rook c7?
Rook h8.
Ooh,
What a tricky idea.
very nice.
So what about rook b8, h5?
Yeah, you telegraphed your idea to us now, Jan.
Yeah, that makes my plans a little rougher to implement.
I mean, even if you want a pawn, the 4 versus 3 is probably just a draw, but yeah.
Yeah, just to continue the game. And here, is there any hope? Like rook g8, g6, and run with the king somehow? But nah. Nah, it looks far-fetched, doesn't it?
But somehow maybe this is the only way for white to try to get some idea. And what happens if rook d? No, not rook d2 is not king e2. What did you go? What do you do?
King d7, I guess.
7. I thought you go back. King here, and now check. King c7.
There's an argument for king c6 as well, maybe.
Then I wanted to go rook d8.
Ah, okay. Now you go behind. H5. Just similar to the last line. But maybe now you have.
Then I go check.
Yeah. King d7.
F8.
King e7. So you've kept your pawn alive.
Or check first and then.
Yeah, maybe check to force your king.
When you're playing with fire, no? King c7 looked...
Yeah, I must admit I missed rook d8. I was hoping for rook d6 check. So yeah, king c7. Yeah, rook c4 is a threat. Or rook a5.
Yeah. Not so easy for white to look for something concrete.
Rook d4.
Rook d4 check.
Yeah, king f3.
Can't I go rook c2?
Just rook c2, and white has no way through. Yeah.
Rook b2 is on the board. Rook a7 will most likely happen. Could you make a case here for rook c4, or is that insane?
Well, rook c4, then check.
King f6.
Rook c7.
Rook c2.
Rook c2.
You guys want to cut my king.
But g4, maybe g3.
I think it doesn't make sense. Rook a7 looks much safer. I was just curious if this could also hold.
I've had something similar to this actually with 4, and then just the c pawn. And I remember holding it without too much trouble, but probably unnecessary to. I mean, the pawn structure on the king side was a bit different, but yeah, I think the c pawn shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, black should be, if he keeps it careful and plays rook a7, king d7, I don't see how white can look for. So after king e2, you went king d7, right?
Yeah.
And rook b8, h5 was your trick.
So why can't you go g4?
And if king c6?
King c6, rook b8.
But now are you winning a pawn, or you just want to go g5 next? King takes c5.
And f6, yeah.
h6 and f6.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, interesting that Fabiano, of course, he takes his time. It's only move 32. But it will be not easy to win for Deng this game either.
I mean, he had the choice between this. There was another endgame that we found which might result in 4 versus 4 with black's king cut off. He chose this one instead. So some belief maybe in the c pawn, even if we're not believing it. So we think rook a7 and.
Yeah, we believe that rook a7 is the best move here.
Yeah. And there we go. It's played.
Yeah. King e2.
King d7, blitzed out.
If rook b6, just rook c7. Yeah.
So if rook b6, rook c7, rook b5, king c6, and king d5, right?
Yes.
But maybe this is not over yet because
Maybe
now
no threat. Yeah, rook takes c5, rook a7.
rook takes rook c7.
Oh, that's
So how is this?
clever.
Rook b6.
After rook a5, do I need to go king d5 or maybe there rook b7 as a move?
Okay.
Yeah, going active.
So where are you going? Rook b5 next?
Rook b2 maybe?
And
It
then?
depends what white does. It's your move. Super.
Say g4.
Of course.
Because rook b5, there's rook a7.
Yeah, no, we can. Maybe g5 and f5. No, try to exchange some pawns.
Dvoretsky would be proud. King f3. King d.
King f3.
d3.
King f3.
f5. You still sound happy. He'll take an e4.
I take
No,
and
have
rook
a rook.
a6 check.
I can hear from your voice something's gone wrong for me already. Yeah, this
I think so.
this is this is bad news. Yeah, okay, king d5, but no, this is not what I wanted. Yeah. Okay, so
if
not
I
so
can
easy.
keep
Yeah.
my pawn, I think I have at least something to push.
At least Ding can torture Fabi for 7 hours if he keeps one extra pawn.
So rook b6.
I mean, that's the best we've found so far, right? Everything else looks like.
You know what? You go rook c7 and you go back rook a7.
The threat of king c6. And that kills all the fun.
Yeah.
King c6, just can't stop it. Apart from repeating.
Exactly, because king d3, king c6, and rook a2.
Yes.
And Fabi is walking around in the playing hall, so he's absolutely confident.
Yeah, I think that at this point it's rightful to be confident. I mean, it's so strange because this pawn sacrifice earlier, it looked like it shouldn't work, and suddenly with a bunch of forcing moves, he solved all his problems.
Let's do an experiment because I'm very lazy. I'll switch on the computer and torture you guys.
Okay, good plan.
Okay, I play rook b8.
There.
After king e2, king d7.
This is where we wanted to go h5, right?
Yeah, this is where we wanted to go h5.
Just to protect all the pawns.
5, king d3.
What, we did something wrong already or what?
Are you judging from his tone of voice? King d3. Oof, bang. Maybe. Because now rook a2, there's rook b7. King c6. There's rook c8.
Sorry.
King
Back,
c6.
so king.
Was h5 a mistake already?
No, it still says it's. Well, it doesn't say zeros, but it doesn't look much like 060 or whatever.
D3, what is king d3?
Rook b8, sorry, is on the board. So
Rook b8 is on the board. So king c6?
King c6, rook c8.
King d7.
Rook f8.
Rook f8?
Yeah.
King c6.
King c4.
Check.
It's still asking some sort of questions. Check king b3. It doesn't like.
King b3 and then king
I'm
b4.
king
b4. Yeah.
Computers are always so tricky.
Yeah, it says king c4, h4, and I guess a draw, but like, okay, you could see computers finding.
Rook c7 we have.
Wow, so
Fabi is just going for the
h8.
So now
4 versus 3.
g6 maybe for black.
g6, king e7, and he's saying,
So he
hold
goes
that.
for this.
Maybe that's more practical.
Keep all the pawns intact, connected. Because h6, rook h7 might be a bit of a problem.
Well, you can always go, yes.
I mean, yeah, maybe you can go rook takes c5, rook g5, but you don't want to put your rook on a strange square.
So you go g6 here?
Yeah.
Takes and king e7.
4 versus 3.
I never had this kind of rook endgame 4 against 3 without having the h pawn.
Yeah, me neither. Like
It's not a
HFG,
classic
everyone has.
force
But,
three.
but maybe this is easier. Yeah, we have an extra central pawn. Must be more valuable than this stupid
Yeah.
h pawn. And also the past h pawn is not so dangerous to deal with. Like,
Normally black's e6 pawn would be on h5, right? And that's,
yeah.
that's
We are
quite well
having
analyzed.
this position with other move order. First king e7, rook h7, g6 was played.
Yeah, Fabi's gonna hold this one.
Yeah, he will.
That's tough for Ding. Like came close. One could look. We haven't checked yet that phase where they got that rook ending. No, if Ding had anything better. Like it all looked like normal moves, but this queen b4, queen c2, b3, knight e4, and however it was, if you had a chance there.
In this position, back after queen exchange,
Yeah.
was there anything else for white?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, okay, I can check with the engine.
Maybe there was not here.
Knight e4.
And probably already a4 is
A4.
not a good move, though black is pretty active.
Queen c4. It gives queen a3, but it doesn't like it that much. But maybe it was possible once if you know the ending game is a draw, then you can try queen a3. But it looks strange.
Queen a3, and then after knight c3, what do you want to go?
Some random stuff. Rook a1. But no, it looks very strange. Also queen a3. I think queen d3, it goes back. So no. Okay, so takes. Then there's f3, also interesting.
So that will be 5 versus 4 rook and pawn.
Yeah,
again, I guess.
double pawns, but double central pawns. CB, FE, rook a8, rook b1. I guess that's a draw, but who knows?
Also looks pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah.
I guess it's better to keep more pawns on the board. 5 versus 4 is more chance than 4 versus 3.
Well, actually, it was not a bad try, knight c5, but it's just simply not enough. We have h4 and rook h8 on the board.
And Tadeusz is informing us computer suggests 21 knight b1. That was his favorite. Ah, nice.
Wow, sophisticated.
It's so natural to play b3 though.
Yeah. I mean, b3 is definitely the human way, and Fabi's had to walk a tight path, a narrow
Well,
path.
knight b1 is a quite impressive move.
Yeah.
It does make sense because knight e4 you can immediately kick with f3. Otherwise, knight c3 comes. Yeah, it's always with hindsight, right? So it's very fun.
Yeah. No, the way he played it was how anyone would play, no? And it's a bit unlucky that it wasn't winning. So. But also kudos to Fabi, no, for finding this queen c4 and so on. Because it's so easy to just play some more active move there and hope for the best, but he just calculates his way home.
I mean, he basically forced the draw from that position, b3, and he every move accurate to get this endgame. Wow.
Very accurate play.
Yeah.
f5.
Okay. It's probably fine, but
That's still very active.
I think there's absolutely no chance with this e6, g6. Right?
Yeah, it's interesting that practically there are much less chances than with the pawn from e6 if it would be on h7.
Yeah.
F6 is a perfect square for the black king as well. Just wait.
Rook h7, king f6 will be on the board in a second. Where else?
Yeah, don't get cut off on the 8th rank. White's idea, I guess, at some points to play f3, g4, but how do you arrange it without allowing a bunch of checks from the side?
No, so f3, I could go rook c4, king d3, rook a4. No,
Bridge move 40.
e4 doesn't look very challenging either. No, it's just nothing.
Yeah. One of the simpler games to draw.
Will he play e5 or just put rook on c4?
Just rook c4 now. Why mess around even with e5 g4, which sure, it's also true.
Yeah, rook on c4 looks like a perfect defensive.
c4, g3. And what's next you want to ask?
We wait, no? Okay, 4.
White will go rook d7, rook d4, move the king.
e4.
Yeah, I'm gutted I wasn't with you guys for the long 7-hour grind days. I mean, those were fun.
You'll have another chance.
This one.
How long is he going to be trying? What can he try? He will go rook d7 and rook d4. Then he's going to go e4.
Also rook d7, I could go g5, no, if I want to. Then rook d4. But even that should be draw. G4 check. But why give you a pass h pawn? But let's say rook a2.
I quite like g5, to be honest. Rook d4, just rook a1.
Yeah, that way around here.
Here you want to go g5?
Yeah.
Looks like it exchanges off first set of pawns.
After this, you want to give it check and king g5.
Yeah, I mean, Jan's right. Why calculate g5, to be honest? But
now he's still hesitating what to make, where to go.
Absolutely nothing to do. It's funny that e-pawns are so much stronger than h-pawns.
Yeah, but actually he can go wrong by playing e5, which is also not a big deal, I guess. But probably better to keep it on e6.
Yeah. Is it just that central pawns, I don't know, they block checks? Is that? It's weird that h-pawns are so bad.
Also, h-pawns only cover one square, right? While central pawns cover 2. I've always thought h-pawns, they shouldn't be seen as full pawns. They're like worth 0.8 of a pawn.
Unless it's a knight endgame, and then they're powerful.
Yeah, of course there are exceptions. But in general, they only cover one square, while every other pawn covers 2 squares. No, like it can't be the same strength.
True.
You're bringing up that they are not having the same value as side pawn. What do you think about Kramnik's idea playing chess without castling?
I don't know. Whatever keeps Kramnik and Anand happy, so they can play many matches against each other in Dortmund.
Is there very much your theoretical?
It would completely crush everything. Also, if they get rid of stalemates and they say stalemate is 1-0, can we still play the Petrov, the Marshall, all the openings where we're trying to draw? Like, I don't know.
All endgames we'd have to.
Well, stalemate is a tough thing. It's one of my favorite topics in endgame. If you take away stalemate and all the games, if you look back, I think 80% of the end games are going to be changed in results or
Exactly.
assessed.
Yeah. It changes everything.
Maybe more.
Yeah, I've seen some new in chess articles, Judit, where you were talking about endgame studies and stalemates, and it's beautiful, right? You don't want to take away. It just becomes a maths equation if it's just extra material. But what about Fischer random? Is that gonna make a comeback?
You know what's strange for me with Fischer random is that I see with many people that they start the game and they are busy in the first 10, 15 moves somehow to get similar position, which we would get out of the regular setup. And then I start thinking that is this really the best solution to reformize our game? If everybody wants to get their comfort zone with the bishop on the diagonals, having your rooks where it belongs, not like, you know, your knight on h1, your bishop on d1, your king on a1.
It does cut the need, I guess, for hours and hours of Stockfish Leela opening preparation.
You just have 960 positions to deal with. Like you need to intensify your efforts.
Up our game, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. No, but it's also nice in the starting position. The pieces are sort of placed naturally to develop towards the center. No, while so many of these Fischer random positions, like Judit says, people struggle to bring the pieces to normal squares and have to move 20. Finally, you have something that looks like a Reti opening, and then the game starts.
There's more chances for miniature against a strong player. I don't know. You could trick them. The castling stuff is just so tricky.
The castling stuff is extra complicated.
Yeah.
Also, all these queens on g1 and then f3 and queen takes a7, like it happens all the time.
Surprises are there anytime, any moment, at least in the opening phase of the game, right?
I'm still a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you played quite a lot, no? In Germany,
I've played some tournaments, none of the big Fischer random ones, but I think I went through a phase of nearly 1 year online. I only played Fischer random, just 960.
Oh, wow. They used to have these big tournaments in Mainz in like the 2000s, but
Aronian always won, right? That's the
Leiban was tough. Yeah, I think Hikaru was also up there. I can't recall. Svidler was good. Almashi maybe won once.
Many players like the Fischer random, right? Somehow it was such a relief that they don't have to prepare and think about the openings.
Yeah, I heard there's going to be another Fischer Random World Championship at the end of this year.
David's been practicing for years, but no, it's
not sure I'll get an invite, but yeah.
It's in Reykjavik, yeah, end of October.
Yeah.
Who's the world champion? Wesley is the world champion, yeah?
Yeah,
you would think Wesley is such a great theoretician that this wouldn't be his discipline, but he's probably just great at chess, yeah?
He knows where the pieces go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great player.
That helps. All right, these great players, they have reached move 40, and I guess the game will continue quite a bit, although we don't really see any winning chances for Ding Liren. We'll go on a very brief break and then come back with refreshments for the 5th hour of Ding Liren, trying to catch Fabiano Caruana in this tournament. In the meantime, check out chess24.com. 50% off on the premium membership that gives you access to all the video series by Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Artur Yuspov, Mark Voretsky, Peter Heine Nielsen, Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent, all the greats. And you get this amazing, amazing mug. But mainly you get 50% off. You might have heard sometimes 40% has been out there, but 50, this is new. It's time to grab it. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching. See you then.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Nairov.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
for yours. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is all
Welcome back, everybody. One game still going in this fourth round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. And it looks like it's about to end in a draw. Ding Liren versus Fabian Caruana. Some more pawns are being exchanged. Judit Polgar, David Howell, do you see any hope for Ding to win this one?
Yeah, I personally don't see any, especially after this last pawn exchange that's just happened. I mean, it's going to take an age for white to create a passed pawn, and in the meantime, too many checks. And
I have a question. He took after g4. If black goes e5, like f3 is of course a draw. But can we try to win a pawn? F3, king e4, and e4, king g3.
Wow.
Judith, have you ever won a 2 versus 1?
Well, I think it was easier to play, right? Just take on g4 the way on on g4 and just to go on this.
Actually, even that last position after king e4, there was rook a2, but yeah,
rook
I mean,
e5
and king g6.
Well, probably everything should be a draw.
Yeah, I think everything's a draw. F2, you can't really hold.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the way he's done it, just putting his king next to his pawn.
He doesn't look very concerned, does he?
I have a feeling Ding might try and push some pawns and then give a couple of checks.
These end games are tricky if black has like a g pawn left, right? If one side has a passer, or if white has a passer. Here
we saw something similar, right, in the game between Rajabov and Firouzja.
Yeah,
2 versus 1, but one side had a passed pawn and it still wasn't enough. Yeah, this is even harder to win.
If you were black here, would you still be concerned?
If I was playing Magnus or Karpov or someone, not too concerned. How about you guys? Probability-wise, how often do you think white would win this?
On a high level, I think there is no win in this position.
100 games, wouldn't win it once?
Well, maybe once because you're going to faint or something similar to that kind. But I mean, really, how can you win? Probably white will be pushing his pawns to f4, e4, e5, right? This is basically the only option for white to go.
The problem is once you push both pawns, the white king has no shelter, and black will be able to give a lot of checks.
Yeah, but even what happens if I just go passive with black? So if I just go rook a7 and I do nothing.
Okay, e4 or rook b6 maybe. I don't know.
Let's say.
Yeah, rook b6.
You're saying king f7 even and just sit there?
King g5 though, I don't know.
Okay, let's say
probably with these pawns you might be able to. Okay, say at e5.
Maybe you can actually win.
If I go around like rook b1, rook h1.
Yeah, rook b1, rook h1.
Even then I'm not.
But even then I'm not sure. Okay, so I just want to see what can you do.
B1?
I mean, I'm already, it's like I have to stay on the 7th.
Rook b1, king g7.
I can go here first.
No, I want to meet rook h1 with some active move, rook a2 or whatever.
Yeah, because maybe here already I'm in trouble, you want to say.
I guess it's still a draw, but why bother? No.
I'm not sure because here you can give a check and king h6.
Yeah.
Edging around.
Asking for trouble.
Okay, so this finally I could manage to lose. But true that after this, king g7.
Yeah. Rook h1, rook a2, and the checks start. And I mean, talking of checks, it looks like Caruana has gone behind. He hasn't gone for the.
Yeah, of course.
It was allowed to go rook a1 here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is the best to go from the back, and then it's going to be check, check, check.
But it is instructive, right? Just knowing when you can go passive.
But
Occasionally.
okay, there we didn't agree that it would be lost.
But everyone agrees this is just a draw. So another, I don't even know if it's opportunity missed. It's not like Ding did anything wrong. No, it's just it happened
just
to
not
be
enough.
so a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, just a high quality game. Maybe that might be one that we mentioned, just a half chance, but even then.
And kudos to Fabi, this queen c4. I was so convinced Ding would just win it with the a-pawn, but Fabi found a way to make it forcing. Just barely hold.
Sorry, my neighbor's drilling, so I hope you can't hear that.
No.
Okay.
Where are you based nowadays? You live in Oslo, or where are you?
Yeah, I've been traveling a bit more than I was able to during the pandemic, but yeah, I'm renting a flat in Oslo, and we'll see. Who knows what the future holds? But yeah, I'm still undecided. England, Norway, both have their perks. You're in Germany, right? Hamburg?
Yeah. I live in a basement in Hamburg nowadays, sitting in front of a green screen.
Pretty sure chess players live in some kind of basement. That's just natural habitat.
For how many years you're living in front of a green screen?
No, we got the house in 2016, but I used to mainly go to the office for like commentary and so on. But during the pandemic, I just set up a studio in the basement and been living here ever since.
Did you get a proper green screen, or did you just paint the wall green? I've seen some chess players do that.
Maybe that would save some space, but no, it's a proper green screen.
Proper
The rook
professional
b6
setup.
threatening with f5.
Okay, so will Black give way with his king? Just retreat.
King f7 now? Or king e7, where am I?
Yeah. Where's White's king creeping in? That's the problem. King e3.
King e3 and then checks.
Yeah. King d4.
Or maybe not a check. Just go rook a4.
Yeah. I mean, you can actually just keep your rook in the 4th rank forever now, until White commits one of the pawns.
Yeah, until White king goes to g4.
Yeah.
King f3, playing both sides. Okay, there's no hope.
I would wonder how long Karpov would play this one.
Grind it out. I mean, he'd probably play for as long as he could, right? But just, it would be a draw eventually, or should be a draw eventually. Would you guys agree draws immediately, or would you even try?
I think you play a bit. No, not forever, but you make some moves, and then you run out of ideas. You exchange a pawn, and then in the Philidor position, maybe it's time to agree draw.
I'd find a way to keep it going to move 100. I just love that number. I'm trying to go for a record of number of over 100 move games in the database. I think I've got.
How many do you have?
It's 40, 50 around there at the moment, but I've only got 1 200 move game, so I need to get more of those.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't win it, but it was fun torturing the opponent.
We all have our numbers. Laurent Fressine's favorite is 21, because you can't make a draw in Bundesliga before move 20. So readings.
I guess that's
sorry.
Another record. No, I was just going to say that's a different type of record.
I didn't hear of that there is a limit of move 20 anywhere.
Yeah, it's different everywhere. No, here it's move 40. They also have move 30 in some tournaments, but in Bundesliga in Germany, it's move 30. No, move 20.
What do you think, David, about the suggestion we had the other day to eliminate the draw offer completely?
Yeah, I mean, I approve. I mean, I think you guys were saying, right, that players will find a way to repeat anyway if the position is drawn or if there's no life.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what's the point of draw offers? They wouldn't exist in any other sport. Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of any scenario where I think it's a decent idea just an anticlimax for the fans.
The funny thing is also, I think all players are in favor. Like the aggressive, optimistic players, they are in favor anyway. But also the chickens, because we spend so much time thinking about when should I offer a draw, and is it too early, is it too late? And if you just take that away, you can focus on the game. I think even the chickens are happy if you get rid of draw offers. So everybody approves.
But what is also what is funny, I see that many games lately in the last period of time, maybe already for the last few years, you find many games where the players are not agreeing to a draw when it's already dead draw, but they really play it out until 2 king, or now with rapport kings and knights on the board. So basically to the point where there is really no way that anybody can win, that everybody understands it, from the amateur players as well, that, okay, I understand why they agreed to draw, right?
It's good for the young players as well. Like, I mean, they'll see the top level, a draw is a natural result. It happens quite a lot. But especially when I was young, the kids would think, oh, it's professional to offer a draw and move 20 in some random complex position. Nah, they should be playing, learning. I don't know.
We have this term still, grandmaster draw, for just making a draw randomly in some position early. No, and you think, wow, this is complex. They both know already that there's nothing left here.
They just want to bail out an early dinner.
No, and also, yeah, there's early agreeing when it's not obvious to the spectators yet. It must be very confusing in many cases. No, like, yeah, I think we're all in favor of getting rid of it.
Yeah, and Judit, you're right. I mean, every game seems to go to king versus king, or in this round, we've seen king and knight versus king, other rounds as well. It's always to the end.
I mean, do you remember any game where Kasparov or Karpov would run until the very end? I mean, those days they were not playing. I mean, they were both fighters. Well, Karpov, he had shorter draws, but they did not play it out just an extra 10 moves to have the king and king, like Firuza with Nakamura, and then we had these other games. I mean, generally, almost it's a trend that if you have a drawish endgame where you can just take every pawn off the board, you don't make the draw before, you just play it out, you both know where you want to get, and you just capture the pawns and then you shake hands.
Yeah, maybe they're more aware these days, like modern players, that people are watching, and it's a point of pride. They don't want to be the one offering a draw. Back in the days of Kasparov, you know, he'll just look at his opponent if it's a draw and they'll shake hands. Yeah. There's no such thing as rejecting a draw from Kasparov, but maybe the top players now, they don't want to get rejected. They don't want to be the one being seen to make the offer.
Well, it's a lot of work for Hikaru if he gets 50 Insta DMs after every game. Why did you agree to draw here? Could you show some more lines? No, if you play to king versus king, it's just much clearer for everyone.
Oh, you're so social media savvy these days. Yeah. Thinking of the DMs that the players are getting.
Okay, one. Nothing happening here.
So finally, rook is down again on a1 because wants to give checks from the behind.
Yeah, and well, nothing else to try. Rook b7, just king forward.
There is no entry for white.
Also hard to go wrong here. King f6, e5, king g6, rook e7. That's still whatever. Rook g1 or rook a6, both fine.
So what happens if king f6?
Yeah, e5, king g6.
Rook e7.
Well, you could go rook a6 to get to stalemate as quickly as possible, no? And rook e6 followed by
But what about rook g1?
Also fine, no?
Or maybe it's lost.
Lost already?
Is
Nah, it's not lost. Rook f1? No.
King?
King f5?
Rook f7?
King g4? Not saying black should do this, but
you want to say that no, I go rook g7, sorry.
Oh, okay, I shouldn't go back. So king
f5,
x5 or somewhere.
Nice try with king f5. Let's show. That's a nice one. And then if you go here, you will also not enjoy.
Might not enjoy, but it might still be a draw. No, king g4.
What do you mean? You think it's really still a draw?
Yeah.
Rook e6. What are you playing? Rook
Rook
f4. Yeah.
Rook f3.
Rook f3, king d4.
Rook f4, is this lost?
King d5, it should be.
I think white's...
Okay, 4. Am I?
Okay.
You mean on the other side you go. Well, but the thing is, your king is not on g7.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but we're looking for ways to make it interesting, no?
Actually, I think we'll see a result any minute because
yeah,
we're about to enter quite a well-known type of draw.
Do you think this is a draw?
This position.
Yeah.
Checks from the side. If white's rook was on a6.
Yeah,
You
it's
win,
going
but-
to be checks on the side.
Yeah, I mean, with black's king on g7, it's a definite draw. But
Well, this is going to
it's-
be what we have on the board in the game.
That's arguably an easier draw. You have rook e1, king f4,
Yeah,
rook
check,
f1.
check, check, and they will agree to draw.
Poor Ding, all by himself, doesn't manage to win a game, although in every white game, he's had a great position.
Well,
So far,
did
just
he
one of
in,
three.
in game one?
No, he had a great position off the opening. No, like he could take the pawn.
Yeah,
at
but
least.
up to what? Up to move 14, maybe 12.
I don't know. Even later, if he plays b5 instead of knight a4 or knight a4, bishop b2, queen b2, like he played very badly. But I think he had a great position off the opening at least. But now he's done.
And they've just moved on to new score sheets. So not good for the environment.
Look, what's the idea behind this? Going.
Oh, rook f6.
He goes to
Oh,
F.
no.
No, he goes back to F7.
And I think we'll see a repetition. Is this the third time? King f7.
And agreed to draw.
God, I feel bad for Ding.
Yeah, but well held by Caruana.
Yeah, Caruana was very accurate in this end game. After he got this very shaky position, didn't look good, pawn down. After that, starting from where? Queen c4, queen c2, queen c4, yeah?
Yeah, Queen c4, and then really accurate to the right to the end of the game.
He looks in good shape now, although today he did get into trouble out of the opening, which is interesting. He played this very offbeat line, knight a5, and maybe not his best opening surprise. No, he just got a slightly worse position without real counterplay. But yeah, great job by Fabi. Shall we look at the standings and tomorrow's pairings?
Yes, sounds good.
We see Jan Nepomniachtchi in the sole lead. Biggest surprise for you so far, Judit?
Ali Reza, I can say, I think.
Yeah, for me, it's just that Ding hasn't got motoring yet. I mean, he's shown flashes of being himself, but just not quite there. Partly because of the opponents playing well, but yeah, I expected him to be right at the top already, Ding. And yeah, Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, just on fire.
Yeah, that's on the positive. I'm not sure we can call it a surprise. He's known, well, he's the vice world champion and known to be very, very dangerous and a fast starter, but still, the sole lead, it's already something. And we've seen in the last candidates it matters. No, the players that jumped out to the lead were also MVL and Nepomniachtchi. Maybe it takes the pressure off a little bit. You would mention now with +2, he can play more solid openings. He won't mind so much. It's, yeah, looking good for Nepomniachtchi. What do we have tomorrow? Oh. Caruana Rapport. Judith, are you worried that Richard will be ambushed in the opening there?
Well, it's going to be a huge challenge for sure. But he'll have his chances also, because I believe that Fabi wants to give all in. Generally, we see that he's black or white, doesn't matter. He goes for it. He knows that, well, he's not going to be pushing it completely until the very, and he's not going to be forcing things, I think, so much, but he's playing that game also that he wants to win. And of course, when you want to win, you possibly take risks, then there is always a chance that it backfires, but very interesting game. Match tomorrow, that one also.
I was wondering the same about Rajabov Ding, because Ding on just 1.5 out of 4, if he will start or if he will try taking risks with black to make it a game, which could then of course also backfire, or if he will be happy to play solidly. Against Nepomniachtchi, Rajabov didn't really try very much. We'll see if he's ready to try something with white.
Well, it will be not easy for Ding to create winning chances. I mean, Rajabov is such a stable player. And we've seen that he played very nicely, very well today with the black pieces. Original h6, g5, he castled long, f5. I mean, he played energetically. And so for Ding, I think tomorrow is not the day when he starts the rackets to fly.
Yeah, Ding's opening repertoire is black as well. It's not really set up for all out winning attempts. Very solid stuff.
Yeah.
But of course, Alireza will have a very tough and promising game. Of course, it's always a big question whether after a loss, are you ready to bounce back immediately like Nakamura did? And so how much is he going to be unbalanced with the day of today?
He's going to keep fighting for sure, but how it's going to go,
he has
no one
to.
can say.
Yeah.
Nakamura Nepomniachtchi, also a big one. Hikaru with the white pieces, always strong with white, but can he challenge Jan Nepomniachtchi's World Championship repertoire? If Nepomniachtchi says, all right, +2, Petrov it is, won't be easy either.
Yeah, I can see this being a banana skin though for Nepo, just if Nakamura can get a position where he can just play minimal activity for the opponent. I don't know, it feels like Hikaru, yeah, he's bubbling along nicely. He played okay today as well. Yeah. Decent game to hold. And yeah, all 3 results possible definitely in that one.
All right, the tournament will stay exciting. We'll be back. David, you're back tomorrow as well, right?
If you're not sick of me yet, I'm happy to join. Yeah.
Great pleasure. Thank you so much, Judit and David. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., same time, more action. There's a Banter Blitz today, I think, by Gawain Jones. So check that out if you're not sick yet of top English players.
Okay. Cheers, guys. See you tomorrow.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Nairov.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.